right, let me know if you guys can hear me. OBS is being super weird this morning. If you can hear me, okay, so we got it. All right, there it is. Yeah, I guess my mic got disconnected somehow. I don't know, and then that just caused all kind of problems with OBS. But back with a second introduction, I guess. So what I was saying is, I was doing introductions and shout outs and all of that good stuff. I was saying I appreciate certain people for being a part of the community, and we're gonna jump straight into the article. But now that everybody's here, we can do that again. So again, I know, anytime news like this comes around, the community just kind of goes its separate ways and gets into disarray and all of that good stuff. But we're here to break down exactly what was said, what most of this means, and just kind of clear up some misconceptions that I've seen, just spreading around in relation to the news that Miller shared in this article. Which shout out to Miller because again, this is his first time actually breaking news and benefited from it, all itself. So I get it. There are going to definitely be mixed feelings about all of this, but before we get into all of that, let me do some shout outs because again, I appreciate you guys for being here and hanging out, and thank you for letting me know the audio was messing up on me because you guys know I can talk forever and I'll just go off on a tangent real quick. So I appreciate you guys helping out with that. But going all the way to the top, a guy named Guaba, FNA, PK, Tony Kim, Karen, Chris, Richard Lewis, Q, Mr. Rage, Truly, Fixia. Who else we got? I was saying initially that I can't pronounce your name. CMRU. I'll call it that. If you got a pronunciation for me, just let me know. But I was saying I appreciate people like you, even if we don't share the same opinions, because you guys are also a part of the community, and you're being here still this far into the game, even though you're down on the game, ultimately has helped, in some capacity. And again, I appreciate you guys. And like I say, all opinions are welcome here, as long as you're respectful with it. As long as there's no real hate speech or anything going around with it. You're free to say you don't like the game or you don't believe it has a future or anything like that. That's 100% fair because again, I'm not about it just being one way, and I'm not about stopping people from saying how they feel, especially if it's within reason. So it's again, appreciate people like you being a part of the community as well. We got Rika, Wayora, Shines Gaming, Some Guy Was Good, DC Shadows, Andreas, Kent Wayne, Mookie, Peppa Le Pew, Tyson Hooks. Who else we got? X Spartan, James Halstead, Comic Geek. Appreciate you coming through, bro. Appreciate it. I had the mic muted. What's going on? What's going on, bro? I think something hit the mute button on it. I got it. I got it. Forgive it, chat. Forgive me. I did all the shout outs twice and nobody heard it. We got it. Let's jump straight into the article. Appreciate you guys being here. Everybody who's in the chat, I appreciate you being here. If you haven't already, smack a like. You know the drill. Appreciate all of that. Sky Preacher, man, I was just thinking about you, bro. I hope everything's going well for you. It's one of those mornings, chat. But we're gonna get into the crux of all of this with Miller's article that he just released. That's what we're here for. That's what we're gonna talk about. We're gonna talk about a lot of stuff as far as the game's future, the game's past, planning issues, all of that good stuff. I'm condemned. Damn. But yeah, we're gonna get into all that. I'll be live most of today. It's reset day. We'll be running raids and cloning lab and all of that good stuff. I have a video with a tutorial for how to clear cloning lab a lot easier, just to take some of the chaos out of it, especially at that puzzle, for a lot of people. it's not as complex as it may seem. And like I said, I just want to help you guys with that if possible. So I'll run you guys through it on stream, showing you what it, how simple it can be. And then I'll have that video out for you guys later today. So you can, go to that, use that as a reference and share that with people to kind of just spread the word about just to take some of the chaos out of Cloning Lab, because it actually can be a fun mission if you're not getting frustrated, with stuff like that. Honestly, with the article, it would be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Since he released this, no to very little funds will be made. We're going to talk about that too, Vape, because this kind of is like this has the potential to be like a final nail in the coffin for the game. Is the game ending definitively in 2023? That is unconfirmed. That I'll say this. The game's future is not officially written in stone, but it does look like, there isn't much work or plans being made towards a future beyond 2023. But to the game's credit, I don't think they've operated like that from the beginning. So I don't think they had plans for beyond, post-launch year one at all. So it's like they don't plan for 2022 until we get to 2022, and they don't start planning for 2023 until we get to 2023. So again, you can take that for what you will, but them having no plans for 2024 as of this moment isn't like a deal breaker or an end all be all, because they don't plan that far ahead, in general. So it's like they just don't have the luxury of doing so. They have to do what they can when they can, which is why they stepped away from doing roadmaps, because they honestly have no way of committing to long-term deadlines when they can't guarantee they'll meet their immediate deadlines, because the team is shrunken. They have limited resources, all of that good jazz. We know about all that stuff for the longest. But again, we're going to break it down. So Miller dropped the article last night. Exclusive, Marvel's Avengers Imperfect Past, Present, and Future. And I can tell you right now, after reading this, a lot of what was said, this is common knowledge. Like, if you are keeping your ear to the ground with this game, a lot of what he shared here is common knowledge in general for a lot of people in the community, a lot of people who are invested in the game and the details about behind the scene of the game. Like, there is a lot of credibility to what he's saying. What's good, Cito Rican? Appreciate that. And again, if anybody who's just hopping in, we're just now starting to break down Miller's article from yesterday. And if you haven't already, smash the like. It definitely helps support. And I'll get the comments in the chat and everything. It'll be a discussion. So if you have thoughts, if you have opinions, if you have ideas, all of that good stuff, I'll try to get to as much as I can as we go through this and break it down. But again, so if you're fearful of this, or you feel like this is definitive news about the game ending, Miller himself will tell you the game isn't over until it's over. This isn't official until they officially say we're no longer supporting the game. Then you still have wiggle room for things to change, plans to change. The future can change. We don't know what future decisions are being made. It just doesn't look promising as of right now. So closing out 2022, the game's future doesn't look as promising as it did coming into 2022, which is stuff that I've said with you guys and all of that stuff, especially after the year we've had. But again, let's jump into the article. So it starts off saying, since its reveal at E3 2019, Marvel's Avengers has seen a deluge of negative press, conceived as a Destiny-type live service looter with an original narrative based on the Marvel Comics IP. The title received high-profile criticism for several core creative decisions, ranging from its grounded design aesthetic to its disconnection from the Marvel Cinematic Universe series of films. Oh, man. Okay, so let me take a sip of water because I don't want to get burnt out while, going through this. A flurry of patches in the weeks after launch to alleviate what was described proudly in one case as over 1,000 issues did little to rebound Avengers' poor reception, with developers citing the COVID-19 pandemic and difficulties transitioning to work from home as primary issues affecting the game's development. So just that alone right there, if you know the history of this game, they were put in a very difficult position when the pandemic hit, because again, this project wasn't a small undertaking, and it was a collaborative effort that involves, dealing with people of different languages and things like that, cross country, interactions, out of country interactions. And when you don't have the luxury of working, in office on a game like this, that can make things super difficult. What's good, Captain? What's up, nephew? That can make things super challenging, and when you have to deal with something like a Marvel IP, so that just amplifies the amount of problems that come with a project like this. The developers have been more than vocal about the game itself not being originally planned as a multiplayer game. This was a single player experience that was designed around giving you access to multiple heroes. So the way the campaign is set up, that's the original vision for this game. And somewhere during development, they were like, "Hey, this isn't delivering the full Avengers experience. The Avengers is a team. You get what I'm saying? This is a team dynamic. Players should be able to feel and experience that. But by the time they decided to make it multiplayer, they were already committed to the Foundation engine, which was built for the Tomb Raider game, which is a single player game. So when you change an engine into doing things, or retrofit an engine to doing something that it wasn't originally designed to do, that can get expensive, that can get time consuming, that opens up a whole new can of problems that they didn't fully anticipate when making that decision. So they made that decision with good intentions, but that had far-reaching ramifications, and that's what he's just touching on in this article. And again, if you've been following this game, you know this. You know this has long been a thing, and this is why the game's campaign and operations are so well praised, and the multiplayer side of things is where most of the game's problems come in. That's where networking issues come in, gear problems, looter problems, design problems. Most of the game's problems center around the multiplayer aspect, because that wasn't initially a part of the game design. Like, that's something they really tried to fit together and work out in the middle of launch. I mean, in the middle of development. And that is not easy to do. And you're seeing to this day the ramifications of that kind of decision making. Like, if you don't plan for something like that as early as possible, you're going to have all kind of problems, which is where we are now with the game. All right. The situation continued to worsen as three post-launch content updates missed announced release dates by 2 months, 5 months, and now 25 months, with the long-teased Cloning Lab raid-like finally arriving on November 29th, 2022. That's a running joke at this point, because, again, Cloning Lab was announced, the week of launch, basically, like during that first war table, and you're just now seeing that come to the game, and it is not what anybody envisioned when they first started hearing about Cloning Lab. When we first saw leaked footage of Cloning Lab, which I'll show you guys again, the version of Cloning Lab we got is not what anybody envisioned, and I'm including the team. The team, that is not their original vision for Cloning Lab. That what we got is a budget cut version of Cloning Lab. So that is Cloning Lab with a new vision with no budget, basically. And it's like, it looks like that, especially during the cutscenes. And again, it's like that's just a byproduct of the decisions that were made for the game long before Cloning Lab even launched. So again, these aren't new problems. Most of the stuff he's saying here is just common knowledge for anybody who's been in the news loop. Cloning Lab sat finished but was deemed unsuitable for release as a result of underlying networking issues and persistent bugs that left Marvel's Avengers players unable to complete objectives or otherwise progress when playing online. Problems uniquely exacerbated by Cloning Lab's length when compared to the game's other fare and its status as a multiplayer online activity. Multiplayer only activity, my fault. Avengers utilizes Crystal Dynamics' proprietary Foundation engine, which developers tell me has accrued massive tech debt after generations of augmentation and retrofitting. The engine for online multiplayer finally brought it to its knees. again, so the engine. I know a lot of people, and what's up, Abstract? And anybody who's just popping in chat, if I don't greet you as you come in, it's I'm wrapped up trying to break down this article as accurately and as fast as possible. But we'll get to it. And you guys know I love you and I appreciate you being here as always. And if you can do me a solid, slap that like, definitely help support the channel. But I'll be breaking down the article, and then once we wrap up that, I'll show you guys some things, and we'll I'll interact with you guys and take comments and all of that stuff as you know the vibes. You know the vibes. What's good, Doctor's Vibes? But yeah, this engine wasn't designed for this game, and a lot of people were disappointed when they heard that okay, they didn't choose something like Unreal Engine, because again, you good, Cosmic Wolf, I see you, bro. But yeah, that really shot them in the foot early. Like, that's like starting a race and shooting yourself in the foot as soon as they say go. There's no way you're not finishing that race. You're not going to get off to a great start. You can put up a good effort, but it's like you handicapped yourself severely right out of the gate. And again, it's like even with Unreal Engine 5, they don't have experience with that, and they're just now getting experience with that with the new Tomb Raider project. But again, I don't know that using Unreal would have been the answer. Dragonheart, appreciate that, bro. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I appreciate that, bro. I really do. And like I said, you guys know I was going to show up for y'all. I didn't want to do a video last night because I wanted to get as much information about the situation as I can. Try to find any credible things to corroborate most of what was shared here and anything like that, just to help you guys out, just to let you know as accurately as I can what's going on, and tell you realistically and objectively what I know to be going on. But yeah, the engine being retrofitted, causing them to fall into debt. I have an interview clip of Scott Amos talking about that, where he says this. They kind of dug themselves into a hole, and they've been working to try to get out of that hole since launch, and it's just not happening. It's I don't think they've made any decision post launch that's put them in a position to get out of there. And appreciate that again, Dragonheart, for becoming a member for another 2 months. Bro, I appreciate you beyond words. I've been saying all year, what they need to combat was the public perception around this game, and none of the decisions they made this year do that. They've made no effort on any front to combat that with marketing or just the content decisions they've made for the game. And it's like the writing was on the wall the second we made it to like June, and that we were optimistic that they would be able to squeeze out more heroes. Like Jane Foster was a buffer, and 2 more heroes at the very least would be coming. And then we found out She-Hulk wasn't on the table, and then it took them to the end of November to get Bucky to ship. That's not great. And it stretches beyond reasons, even with their decisions, because again, there are other things affecting the situation that they're not factoring in. And at this point, it seems like it's way too much work to keep going. So I'm not surprised that this article dropped with the messaging that it has at all. What are we at? Tomb Raider project currently in development at Crystal Dynamics utilizes Unreal Engine 5, a heel turn for the studio known in part for its signature in-house tech dating back to 1998's Gex Enter the Gecko. So for anybody who doesn't know or is unfamiliar with Crystal Dynamics in general, Tomb Raider is their baby. That's Avengers has potential. Avengers is a major IP and all of that good stuff, but Tomb Raider is literally what they do. That's their pride and joy over there. And now that things are ramping up to get that new project off the ground, I'm not surprised that you're hearing, that more resources are being poured into Tomb Raider than something like Avengers, which they still haven't been able to figure out how to how to market, how to brand, how to develop, how to any clear direction for that this far into that. It just seems like it's not worth it at this point. It's like I'm not confused that would be their takeaway. Tomb Raider is the promise of a brighter future, where Avengers is like we're still wandering in the dark. So again, Toku Prime, this is Miller's article that he dropped yesterday, sharing all the insights and information that he has about what's been going on behind the scenes for Avengers and what the future is looking like according to his sources close to the game. Avengers lead engineer Till Brenner described Foundation during a bittersweet panel at Unrest Fest 22 as something content side developers struggle with specifically, and that new hires required significant training and expertise to tackle, a sentiment echoed by senior technical designer Alicia Thayer and lead technical artist Alyssa Reuter. That's something that I've also heard. Those are rumors that have persisted. As well. A big problem that the game faced when with trying to bring on help, like when they're trying to bring on more people to the project just to help out. This engine is not there. There's a steep learning curve with the Foundation engine, and the core development team, the initial development team, they struggled with the Foundation engine. They struggle to learn how to, get things to do what they want them to do, which is why every update in the first year saw so many things break. So when they upload a new patch update, something gets broken. So whatever they try to fix, it breaks something else, because that's how complex that engine was to work with. And then you factor in bringing on someone new who has no experience with that engine while also trying to catch up with everything else on the project. That doesn't, that's not a recipe for success. You get what I'm saying? And then you factor in working with, other people where there may be a language barrier. That's a challenge. That is a massive challenge, while also still trying to keep the game going, keep up with planned content, make the right decisions for upcoming content and things like that. Getting approval from Marvel it is just a blender of chaos going on over there. And again, we've known this for a while, and I've tried to let you guys know, like, it's not peaches and creams behind the scenes for this game. The fact that they've trucked along as long as they have, I know people get down on the studio, but they genuinely have been trying for you guys. Like, they've tried, because it made no sense to keep going. And they saw that early on, that it made no sense to keep going with this project. And they've persisted and tried. They just, again, bad decisions, have hindered a lot of that goodwill and good intentions. Behind the scenes, Avengers developers consistently struggle with a lack of available resources to tackle key technical challenges. Requests for additional team members were routinely denied, while unfeasible deadlines loomed, which saw crucial work either being passed off to the now defunct Square Enix Montreal for free, or, as one source tells me, achieved after grueling amounts of unpaid overtime, or simply not done, as was often the case. So again, it's like, listen to that. Like, stop thinking of game development as this magical thing where you just throw out ideas and stuff happens. Think of it as a business. Think of it as a job, because that's what this is for most of these people. So if you're on a job and they're constantly adding more tasks to your day to day, right? So they're asking you to do more things. Now, if you're a sensible person who understands work in America, is like, hey, if you're asking me to do more, and I can do this, I'm willing to do this, but now we have to have a separate conversation about money, because I need compensation for this. As an indecent man named the Joker once said, if you're good at something, never do it for free. So again, if you're not being well compensated for your skills, especially skills in development like this, people go to school for years to develop these skills. What's up, Chris? Appreciate you coming through. But yeah, it's like, you're not going to be motivated, and that's going to give you a big hit to morale when you're not seeing bonuses, you're not seeing rewards for your work, you're constantly being hit with criticisms and more deadlines and things like that, while the work that you are grinding and killing yourself to do isn't really being, acknowledged or rewarded in any capacity. It's like, this is a job. Like, that's hard on anybody. And then you see more people leaving the project, and the work that they leave behind is being shoved on you. And it's like, while you're not being paid extra, while you're not being given bonuses and things like that, it's like, that's tough. Developers are people. And again, developers are taking shots, from this game that they don't deserve. And that's not me defending the game or the developers. I'm telling you, these are people who don't have full control over the decisions that are being made for this game. They don't. That's like being mad at the people at Walmart about the decisions that corporate Walmart is making. You get what I'm saying? It makes no sense. The greeter isn't setting the prices for Walmart. That's not how that works. But that with development, thank you, Divine Shine, for becoming a member for 5 months, bro. For anybody who just hopped in, like I said, we're just breaking down everything that was shared in Miller's article so far. So far, he's just talked about the issues with resources and the game acquiring quite a bit of tech debt from trying to change the engine to multiplayer when it wasn't originally designed to be that. And again, the developers, they're just on the front lines out here. The developers who are, vocal on Twitter and places like that and Reddit and, open to engaging with the community, you shouldn't, on the back end, bombard them with all of this hate and animosity that you feel for the decisions that the game is making. Because again, they're just the people who execute that. So when they say, hey, we wanna put Jane Foster in the game, the developers, they just, they animate that. They give her animations. They give her coding. They give her, designs and art and all of that good stuff because that's their job. It's not for them to say, oh, well, we don't want Jane Foster or we're not doing Jane Foster. It's just their job. So if Jane Foster is up next, they just bring her to lunch. That's what they do. They do their job to get her ready for lunch. And I don't think they're wrong for doing so. You can't penalize from somebody for doing their job. When Avengers wraps up, they're going to still be in development. They're going to go on to other projects and do other things because they're a developer. They're working in game development. They're not betraying you. They're not, tuning you out or anything like that. They can want the same things you want, which they've been vocal about. The developers want Doctor Strange in the game. The developers want Ultron and other people in the game. They just don't have the power to do so. So whatever gets greenlit, that's what they work on and try to do their best to get that ready to ship. That's it. Are there heroes they probably would have picked over Jane Foster and Bucky? Yes. Do they have control over that? No. And that's something I've been sharing with you guys for the longest. I'm a Walmart greeter. Hey, I guess so. I think I read that wrong, but like I said, I'm back and forth, guys. But here we go. Disputes over internal employee review scores and subsequently lost bonuses further sunk the dwindling team's morale, leading to many other developers not siphoned off to other projects, leaving the studio. Now, if you follow Stardust, he's covered stuff like this in the past. I try to steer clear of this kind of stuff because honestly, while it's relevant to the game's problems, Xerix, thank you for the 5. While it's relevant, and what's up, Kevin Hodges? It's that's like I said, this is people's jobs. It's people's work. I don't want to get into that kind of stuff. And again, thank you for the 5, Xerix. But it's real. It's a reality, and it's like that's the reality of the situation. So yes, if you're not getting rewards behind the scenes, or you're getting bad review scores for working while you worked hard, like you stayed late, you got up early, you did more than your job's requirements and things like that, and then at the end of that you got slapped with a bad review so you don't get a bonus. That's tough. Like there isn't a person who plays this game that would respond well to something like that. And it's like I can't corroborate anything like that, but that's not my first time hearing that. And it's like, yeah, that sucks, bro. It's like that's a terrible situation for anybody to be in. It's like I wouldn't want that for anybody who works. I don't care if you're making shoestrings or something like that. I don't care what you're doing. If you're working hard at it, that should be recognized and rewarded. And I know for a fact that yes, those are tactics that people in corporate will use, where they'll give out bad reviews to justify not giving you bonuses and things like that because, hey, we're That's we're meeting the bottom line. We're saving our bottom dollar, while not paying you. And what are you gonna do? Quit? Most people won't. Most people will just grin and bear it. You get what I'm saying? But that doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it okay. You sent a super chat. Did I receive it? I saw. Yeah, I saw that you signed up for a membership. I appreciate that. If you sent them a super chat, I haven't gotten that. But again, I appreciate you, Divine, bro. You already know you one of the biggest supporters in this community, and that's the beauty of this community in general. It's like I know it can get loud. I know things can get kind of testy and toxic at times, but I feel like most of the people in this community are genuinely good people and positive people, and even the people who are negative, they've been burned. And again, coming off something like Marvel Heroes into a situation like this, I get it. I 100% get it, because it's like you really love these games, and all you see is the potential for what they can be. And it's like when you see that the team behind the project doesn't see that or doesn't seem to get that, it's like that can be frustrating, especially when you're constantly seeing them making the wrong decisions that ultimately lead to a shutdown, because you're not going to see another game like this for a while. There isn't another Marvel Heroes on the market right now. There isn't another Marvel's Avengers set to drop anytime soon. So it's like that's tough. You want this game to succeed. This is your dream game. You just want it to be better, and it doesn't seem like it's on course for that. So it's like I get being frustrated about that. But let me see. Picking up where I jumped off. Avengers is today helmed by former Marvel Heroes Omega developer and self-described Marvel fan Brian Wagner, who assumed the position after lead designer Philip Theron allegedly moved over to Perfect Dark around the release of Avengers War for Wakanda expansion. So again, it's like that's something I've been vocal with you guys about as well. When one team member moves over, somebody gets promoted, or that work just goes on to somebody else. They haven't they've never started hiring or opening positions up for Avengers prior to the start of this year, and we found out that was because they were under new management. So Embracer now owns Crystal Dynamics, which is allowing them a sense of freedom that they didn't have with Square Enix was publishing the game. And again, if you followed the game, especially like since launch or last year, you've seen Phil around. He was originally the front facing dev for the game, so he was doing war tables and developer streams and things like that. Cool guy. I used to feel bad for Phil, because it's like he's hearing people say things they want for the game while knowing, you can see it in his face, that he knows most of that stuff just isn't there. Like the budget for that, the feasibility for that just isn't there. But he's like, hey, we'll see. Never say die. But realistically, it was nothing he could do on that front. And it's like, I'm not surprised to hear that he moved on to other projects, because again, there there is no light at the end of the tunnel for Avengers. Like, most people don't see that, especially on the inside. And dealing with this project for years on end at this point, I feel like that's become overly grueling and mentally draining on these people, to the point where, yes, getting away from this project seems like a blessing. And again, it's like, I get it. I feel for him. I wish I would. I'll share with you guys my pitch for what this game could use and what it needed. I've shared insights about that stuff later. I mean, in the past, but it's like, yeah, if there was a willingness there, you can still turn things around with this game, even as it is now. You can turn it around. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be overly cheap or anything like that, but you can make this game into the blockbuster that you wanted it to be from launch. You just have to do the work. Even as it is now, networking issues, bugs, all of that good stuff, you can still work with that now. You just have to have a proper vision, and you have to be able to communicate that vision. And those are two things that the team behind the game has struggled with from the beginning. All right, so Wagner has shepherded Avengers from one controversy to the next, from rescinding on a promise not to include pay to win scenarios in the game's marketplace to a public dressing down from the studio after apologizing for a decade-long string of tweets featuring, among several other topics, his opposition to gay marriage and his thoughts on blacks killing blacks. Weird. That's for the court of public opinion. That's not what we're here for. That again, I don't I don't care, guys. I every opinion on that stuff has been shared by this point. I don't have an opinion on that because ultimately I don't care. I genuinely don't care about that stuff. I don't get invested in that kind of stuff. And again, we'll brush past that. Sources tell me that Wagner's time at Crystal Dynamics will end with Marvel's Avengers and that the studio was already in preparation to sunset the title in 2023 when the scandal erupted. An ironic final chapter for a game that was once the subject of a collaboration with the Ad Council on their Emmy Award-winning Love Has No Labels Diversity PSA campaign. So this part right here, where the studio was already in preparation to sunset the title in 2023. That's the reason for the title of this video. That's the big, buzz around the community thus far. And again, there's been tons of rumors surrounding this game's, ultimate end and things like that. Did they officially say they are shutting down? No, Divine. So nothing official has come out in regards to the game's future. If you know the game, if you know the studio behind the game, they don't talk about stuff like that. And as I told you guys, like the developers, they won't know. Well, they'll probably know like the week of or the day of or something like that. But this far in advance, they probably don't know. They genuinely really don't know. And the stuff with Miller, he does have sources close to the game. He's spoken to several developers who are on or who were previously on the game, and he doesn't share who his sources are that he's speaking to that may currently be on the project, which is why he knew that Jane Foster was coming to the game months in advance, which is why he knew that the decision to make Bucky the next hero to end the year was made well in advance. He does have credible sources close to the game. The idea that this game is going to be officially shut down has not come from the studio themselves, but again, what he's saying here isn't easily dismissible because again, this is coming from in-house. That's what I'm saying. What's good, Corey? That's the biggest takeaway from this. He's not an official representative for this game, but he does have contact with official sources close to the game. So he can't say that officially, but people who know the scene, know the situation behind the scenes do speak with him. So there is a credibility to what he's saying. Appreciate you coming through, Comic Geek. I'll catch you later, man. Do you think we need an Avengers 2? I think you have to sort out everything that's currently wrong with Avengers now before you get to an Avengers 2. And I don't think there's been any work done to put you on pace to have the public be receptive to an Avengers 2. But yeah, the idea that the studio was already in preparation to sunset the title in 2023, that's not something that's just coming out. Like that's been rumored for the longest, and a lot of rumors don't have any credibility. A lot of rumors don't have any substantial evidence behind them to support that idea. But the idea that there was only a finite amount of years that were planned for Avengers, post-launch, that's not a new concept. And again, it's like looking at what we've gotten. I'll probably do a full review video for this year, in general, just breaking down what it is that we actually got for this game. But again, it's like, okay, I was checking a message, but yeah, it's like you genuinely have to just consider what they were doing, this year. Like so many decisions that they made this year alone made no sense. What's good, Killer Noise? Appreciate you coming through. Again, guys, if you haven't already, smash the like. Definitely help support the channel. I see we almost at 100. What's good, Lejeune? Breaking down this Miller article, bro. Trying my best to make sense of this for the people in chat and the people who might come across this video. But yeah, it's like looking at the decisions they made. So it's like, oh, we're reworking the onboarding process to bring in new players and be able to keep them engaged for longer. While I understand the sentiment behind that, it wasn't executed properly, and it actually made things a little muddier than they initially were. So when you load up Avengers now as a new player and you go to play now, you get hit with all of these videos that spoil things from the campaign. It's just a ton of information coming at you for a game you just jumped into. And it's like, that's a lot. That's a lot to ask of your audience. And it's like, I don't think that stuff like that was very well thought out, but someone behind the scenes thought it was a good idea and thought that was a great direction for the game. And they signed off on that. They committed to that. And that's what we got. And now you're stuck with that. You get what I'm saying? And then from there, oh, well, these missions we had lying around in the wasteland, we're going to go ahead and launch that. So it's not new content. You're fighting Taskmaster in a new place. That's all. So instead of fighting him in the snowy tundra or fighting him on the eastern seaboard, you're now fighting him in the wasteland. But it's the same boss fight. And that doesn't put your game in a good light going forward. That doesn't make people optimistic about future content, because future content seems to be rehash content. And while I understand that probably works budget-wise, because, hey, we're not spending any money, we're just using what we already have around and available, it also doesn't make people want to invest in the future of your game, because it doesn't look like it has a bright one, because you're just rehashing what's already there. And those are poor decisions. Like, there's no way to get around that. Like the decision to do Jane Foster in place of heroes like, She-Hulk or War Machine, who have a lot more to offer in terms of creativity and individual gameplay, it just seems misguided. So it's like some of these choices could have been cut out. Again, you can communicate, hey guys, we're going to be taking the first half of this year off to get things where we need it to be, where things should have been at lunch. We'll keep you updated as we can and all of that good stuff. But hey, we have to make some changes. And that's communication. So nobody's surprised that we haven't heard from you, because you communicated that you're going to be taking a step back. And when you do take that step forward, it should be with something meaningful, not rehash content, something meaningful. So taking a year off to get patrol mode right with join in progress and things like that would be worth it. Especially if you're bringing multiple villains with it, multiple heroes or something like that. That's a way you kind of rebrand and relaunch. And it's like, people are still playing the game. Like, you can keep the game up while you're doing this. You can sell skins while you're doing it. There is no downside to just communicating that we need to kind of rethink our approach here and get a team in place that understands the engine and understands the vision for the game. Mike McLester with the sub. Thank you for becoming an Avenger. But yeah, it's just poor decisions on top of just misguided decisions at the start. Like, I don't believe they understood what all comes with making a live service game long term. Like when you came up with the idea of Avengers and you decided, hey, we can do this as a game as a service, your planning should have went at least 5 to 10 years. You should have had a 5 to 10 year plan post launch for a game like that. Just because it's a Marvel game, the MCU is constantly cranking out new material for you to pull from. The comics have stuff for you to pull from. It's a wide world of Marvel that you can pull inspiration from, that you should have planned for well in advance, versus getting here where we're hearing about resource problems, management problems, morale problems, and all of this other stuff. So it's like, if you're surprised to hear that, hey, they don't want to do this anymore beyond 2023, you're either very new to the game, or you genuinely are overly optimistic for the future of this game, like to a fault, because it's there's been nothing, especially after this year. There's been nothing to suggest that a brighter future is on the horizon. It's like they're doing the best that they can, and this year is a reflection of what the best that they can do is. That says everything. So if like I can still have fun with the characters they're bringing to the game, and I appreciate the work that goes into them. But I already like the game, so you don't have to sell me on liking the game. You have to bring in new people. The game has to be able to pull in more players and new players and hold those players long term. And you can't do that when word is spreading that, oh, they're just reusing the same stuff. They're just doing the same missions. We haven't had new enemy types introduced since War for Wakanda. We haven't had new villains introduced since War for Wakanda. There is no real new missions, outside, like new missions, like genuinely new missions that don't consist of fighting old villains in the old environments that we've been, doing since War for Wakanda. There's been nothing new since the War for Wakanda, outside of Jane Foster, who again is an offshoot of Thor, and Winter Soldier, who is a combination of characters already found in the game. He's amazing to play as, he's fun to play as, but as somebody being brought into the game new and looking at the future for the game, that's a hard sell. That is a very hard sell for the long-term future of the game. If they could slap up a roadmap where Doctor Strange is at the end of the year or something like that, or Captain Marvel is at the end of the year, and you have a few cool things dropping in between, like Patrol Mode, Ultron, another iconic mission with Loki or something like that, that's the kind of stuff that will turn things around. That's the stuff that people are optimistic about. But instead, you're hearing about things that are not as exciting. So that it's only so long you can do that. Like I've been saying since the middle of this year, people are bearing with them for this year. We accepted what they did this year, but there is no way you can do this again next year. And from what I've heard, the plan was to do what they did this year again next year. So no, you cannot do that. You're dwindling your core base down even further. So if you had a million players who were willing to rock with you no matter what, you cut that down by half by doing this again next year. And it's like as much as these resources cost, is no way. There's no way. What's good, AJ? I'm good. Hope all is well. It's chaos as usual, AJ. We got a fresh article from Miller forecasting the end of the game, and that's where we are. Just trying to sort through what's credible, what's real, and while also assuring people that nothing is official until it's official. But for what it's worth, we had a good run, I guess. Given everything that we know about the game, it is what it is. Like we've had a good run. It's been commendable. But where was I? The past year has been a disappointing one for fans of Marvel's Avengers, with every update bringing its own unique caveat. March's introduction of new player onboard and tutorials left major story beats hidden behind mandatory spoilers. June saw Jane Foster's introduction as a playable character, only for her to arrive with no contribution to the ongoing narrative and as a nigh carbon copy of Thor's existing gameplay. September's release of the No Rest for the Wicked mission was met with criticism over its plainly visible lack of polish, with data mining revealing major cut story beats and shipped in-game flavor text pointing to content that is simply not there. November brought the Winter Soldier into the fray after months of assurances that the next character would not lift from existing ones as Jane did, which was categorically untrue. So it's like with stuff like this coming out, articles like this, because once Miller put this out, major outlets are going to pick this up and run with it, because that's what they do. Everybody says this game is dead, but everybody talks about this game. People use this game for clout. Articles who don't cover this game or don't play this game, they will bend over backwards to scoop up a Avengers story just for clicks. That's literally how it works. And it's like this is the narrative surrounding the game. It's like every time, like Bucky is fun. You have a fun new hero that just dropped into the game, and you have a new mission that people can play to level up and blow through in like 20 minutes that you can do every week. And that should be the story going into the end of the year. You just got a new cell shaded Captain America skin. But the major news right now is Avengers is dying next year. And you get what I'm saying? Like that's the news. That's the perception around this game. Just bad news. Like every time we get good news, something bad happens. We got news that the Winter Soldier was coming on the 29th and the stuff with Brian happened. It's like this game can never genuinely have a full good week of news. Like this game has never had like just a moment of peace really. Every time, like every single time every time something good happens with this game, something happens negative. Like is like a universal law or something. Like it's crazy. Gotta enjoy the positive, enjoy the game. And that's what I try to do. Like the fact that we can still turn the game on and play. Like I'll be playing today at reset. We got an hour away from reset. We'll be playing today. I'll be showing people how to get through cloning labs without all the chaos and all of that good stuff. And again, even that's how I got Winter Soldier at max level. How unique does he feel? I'm working on a full video to just break down everything that the Winter Soldier brings to the table. He definitely feels unique. Like I know people have dismissed him as just being like a Cap clone or a Black Widow clone and things like that, but it's like the combination of other characters mixed into his gameplay with the AR that functions as a shotgun, a grenade launcher. You have full auto. That your approach to playing with Bucky is going to be completely different than how you play with Captain America. Throwing a shield feels completely different from standing there, precision aiming at somebody and giving them 70 bullets or more with an assault rifle. When people run up on Bucky, his response to that is very different from Captain America's. Like being able to shotgun a crowd of enemies, spray into a crowd with an AR, and then end it with a grenade launch is just completely different gameplay. It's like I've been having a ton of fun with Bucky to the point where it's like I had a hard time moving on to other games that I wanted to check out. Like I didn't play Midnight Suns until what was that Tuesday night, because I've been playing with Bucky all week. I wish I could just keep grinding the raid and leveling up so I can take him into cloning labs, but that's going to be a slow grind for me. But I appreciate the grind. He's definitely one of the funnest additions to the game since Spider-Man. Like when you really level him up, that's when you get access to everything that he has to offer, like his ground pound that's like the Hulk. You can cheese him, like you can stay in the air doing his power attack with the shotgun indefinitely, like similar to Hawkeye. Like how you can jump in the air and just do the bag of tricks the entire time. You could do something similar to that with Bucky. It doesn't have the same range because it's a shotgun and you kind of have to position yourself over the enemies, but he's great for the game. And I hate that the narrative around him is just he's just a clone. He is so much more than that. There's so much more to his character than just simply having the same combos as Captain America and being able to go invisible like Black Widow. But the narrative, that's my point with this article. Like this article, the articles that everybody else writes, the videos that get made about this, it's easy to just dismiss it, to slap a video together in 5 minutes with the same iconic skins that your characters have been wearing for the last 2 years because you don't play the game, and just, hey, look, he punches just like Captain America, he kicks just like Captain America. Turn the game off and wait until they announce something else so you can be negative about that and bash that. I wish. Yeah, that's why I said, like, people like me aren't the people you have to sell on the game. Like, I know what the game is. I know the game can be great. I know the combat is deeper than what you see at face value. I know a hero at level 50 fights a lot differently than a hero at level 1. But most people don't listen to me. I don't have millions of viewers. I don't have millions of fans. I don't have an article I can slap up that's going to get millions of clicks to kind of change that narrative. I'm a small fish in the pond. And the overarching narrative is the game is lazy, the developers are lazy, the game is bad, all of this good stuff. And it's like, that's what needs to be combated. if that would be my biggest thing, my biggest pitch to the game or the team behind the game is just combat the narrative. Do something to combat the narrative. Like let's change the conversation around the game. And it's like we just cannot do that at this point. Clone gets thrown around. He is not. It's more percentages than binary label of clone. That's how I think about it. Yeah, it's like I get it. And again, it's like even with Jane, it's like she is not a direct clone of Thor, but yeah, she has more in common with Thor than Bucky has in common with Captain America and Black Widow. But at the same time, Jane Foster, her gimmick is to be Thor. That was her gimmick. That's the point of the character. She's Thor. She picks up the hammer and gets the power of Thor. How she goes about being Thor is a little different from Thor himself. One person has years of combat experience. The other person is a doctor. So it's like, yes, their approach is different. How they see things, how they approach things is going to be a little different, but she still calls down lightning. She can still fly. She still throws a hammer around. That's the gimmick. That's the gimmick of the character. So it's like people who were expecting drastic differences between the two of them, I don't think you understand how gimmicks work. But yes, Bucky is way more fun to play as Jane because I already play as Thor. Like Thor was my main, in the game anyway. So I appreciate the differences between Jane and Thor, but Jane just felt like much of the same for me because I played Thor majority of the time. Don't underestimate your influence. You're not a small. Trust me, bro. I have no delusions of grandeur about my effect on the overall narrative of this game. I am a very small fish in a sizable pond. It's not like people still get thousands, hundreds of thousands of views from videos about this game because people care about the game. People care about the IP. People want this stuff to go, people want the game to turn around, but at the same time, people love punching down. People love punching down on stuff, and that's the fun thing with this game. It's the people who used to love this game like a year ago, they punch down on it now because you're jaded. Like you didn't get something you wanted, you didn't get the recognition you wanted, or it's a ton of reasons behind it. But it's like it's not hard to punch down on Avengers. It's not hard to slap together a video about how problematic Avengers is, or hey, look at this bug. They're still lazy, or this game is terrible. It's like I can make a video like that in 30 seconds, and it'll probably do better than some of the stuff I post on a regular that I actually put time and thought into. But that's not me. That's not what I'm looking for, and that's not how I feel about the game. So it's like, while I recognize that's a thing, again, I'm the voice. I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle. You get what I'm saying? It's like you're never gonna get most of the attention or of an audience by being in the middle. I'm not dealing on either extreme. So I'm not overly positive to a fault about the game, and I'm not extremely negative about the game. So it's like, yeah, trust me. If I slap up a video and just say the game is dead and really promote that, like, yeah, the game is dying, I knew it was dying the whole time, that's going to do a lot better. But I'm just telling you guys what this article says, and we're deciphering what that means in terms of the game's future. But again, appreciate you guys for hanging out, man. Like I said, for the reason that I really do stuff like this is for the people that I know genuinely want the game to continue. And you've been hearing narratives about the game dying for the longest, and it's like I try to just help you manage those expectations. So does the game have a finite life cycle? Yes, every game does. No game is going to live forever, even with live services. Like you have exceptions to the rule like GTA Online, but GTA Online makes a ton of money. If you're not making a ton of money, it's just not going to happen, across the board. But I can accept the fact that Avengers has a finite life cycle, but is it dying today? Did it die last week? No, but people have been saying that, and it's like that's why I show up for people who really just want to sort through the chaos and understand what's really going on without an agenda. I don't have an agenda for you guys. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I don't get anything from convincing you of anything. If you don't like this game, there's nothing I can do or say that's going to make you like this game. If you want this game to die, there's nothing I can do or say that's going to, change your thinking on that. But I can give you factual information. I can tell you things that are supported, are official, and what's not official. That's the best I can do for you, and you can make your own informed decision from there. You can draw your own conclusions from there. That's why I do this. That's why I take the time to interact with you guys and just break down what I know, and we can go from there. But yeah, whether 2023 will see another character added to Avengers roster remains to be seen as the situation develops. But what should give some comfort to fans hoping for a final hurrah is the audio that appears in the game's latest patch of Zero Fazu's Jane Foster acknowledging 4 currently unannounced heroes during combat: Captain Marvel, Shuri, Ironheart, and She-Hulk. This is another core thing that I wanted to break down. So he talks about finding audio files in the game that feature Jane Foster acknowledging 4 unannounced heroes during combat: Captain Marvel, Shuri, Ironheart, and She-Hulk. The takeaway from this has been vastly different than what this actually means. So, planning for a game like this it entails a lot. It has to entail a lot. And they've, as you heard from Scott Porter in his recent interview with Crystal Dynamics, he was casted for Bucky years ago. They casted years in advance. He just showed up in 2022, but he's been auditioning and recording for that role since 2019. And he's not the first person that was cast on the project. And when they do this, when they're casting, when they're doing voice lines and things like that, just because you hear a voice line for somebody like Shuri or Ironheart or She-Hulk, they're just covering the bases in case, for whatever direction they choose to go. So seeing voice lines for those characters doesn't mean they're definitively coming. That doesn't mean any design work has been done. It doesn't mean any development or engineering has been done for that specific hero. It just means that person was an option. A line was read to address that person as an option, and that's it. This isn't the 2023 list of heroes that's coming to the game. I can tell you right now with 100% confidence, I'll put 100% on it. You're not getting 4 heroes next year. Like there is no 4 heroes coming next year. I can tell you that with 100% confidence, and there is nothing to support that. There is nothing official behind what I just said. But looking at the year we just had and looking at where we're going next year, I don't care what names you put on this list. You're not getting 4 heroes next year. I would gladly be wrong. If we announce 4 new heroes next year, I'll cover it. I'll be the first one to tell you, like, hey, they proved me wrong. But in this moment, I can tell you, no, it's just not happening, bro. And listen to the article. We're struggling with resources. We don't have the resources necessary behind the scene. You don't turn that into, 4. So we go from Jane Foster and Bucky to 4 heroes, 2 clones, half clone, and Captain Marvel. If Captain Marvel comes to this game, she's going to have a combination of other heroes included in her kit, just like everybody else you've seen post-launch so far. That's the reality of the game. If you get Captain Marvel, she's going to have a lot in common with Iron Man. She's going to have a lot in common with other people in the game just because that's what they have to work with. They can still make it fun. That's what Bucky proves. Bucky and Jane prove that to you, that they can still make repurposed and remixed assets and animations fun for a new hero. But if you're going to just, bash them for doing that, stop asking for Captain Marvel. Do not look forward to a Captain Marvel coming to this game, because if that was all they can do for next year, if Captain Marvel is the only hero they can bring to launch next year to close out the game, she's going to have a lot in common with heroes you find present in the game right now. Or at the very least, as of right now, that's what it looks like. Can resources change? Can plans change? All of that good stuff? Yes. But realistically, as of right now, if you were to get Captain Marvel in this game, she's going to have things in common. Punching animations, kicking animations, flying animations. She's going to have something in common with other heroes already found in the game. And if you're not okay with that, this game just isn't for you. And that's why I keep saying, like, people don't like this game, but they just won't let it go. Like, they won't disengage with the game. You don't like the mission design. You don't like the raid. You don't like the loot aspect. you don't like the hero selection, but we're still here. It's like, you get what I'm saying? You're not even optimistic about the future of the game, but we just won't leave it alone. And I'm not saying that to gatekeep. Like, I say that all the time. I'm not saying that to gatekeep. Yeah, plenty of games share animations. Like, that's why I say, like, when, like, okay, look at it like this. I want you to take your best idea for this game. Like for the Korean invasion. Like, take your vision for the Korean invasion. Like, everything you want the Korean invasion to be, everything you want that to do, everything you want to be able to do during that. Take that whole idea and then try to apply a number to that. Like as far as how much that will cost. How much of an investment would it cost to bring your vision of the Korean invasion to Marvel's Avengers? If you struggling to even come up with a number, or you try to lowball it, again, understand this is what you're putting yourself on pace for. Even if you try to highball it, even if you go for a couple $1,000,000, you don't know how that translates in terms of actual numbers behind the scenes. So 5 million might seem reasonable for you, like, hey, that should be enough to get it done. But in actual development numbers, that's a drop in the bucket. That might pay for, like, 2 months of development, and you'll need 6 months to get that done. This is the way you have to think about game development, because this is the way they have to think about game development. And that's not something I think most people understand. You have to do what you have to do, and they're doing what they can to get it done. What they've been doing is for you. As you've heard in this article, it doesn't appear to be a great experience behind the scenes, and it seems to be more draining than rewarding behind the scenes. I can't corroborate any of that, but Miller does talk to people around the game. It doesn't seem to be a great experience, so for them to continue to grind out new heroes to the best of their abilities, they're doing that for you. They're not doing that for themselves. They can just move on to another project. They can shut this game down today and be done with it, and don't have to endure the negativity, the negative articles, the negative press, the attacks on their character, and all this other stuff. They don't have to endure that, but they're still doing it for you. It's not easy making this game. If this article does nothing else, it conveys that working on this game is not easy. The engine doesn't make making content for this game easy. Multiplayer doesn't make this game easy. Bringing in new heroes with limited resources doesn't make it easy, but they're still doing it. Like, they're still showing up for you. Be thankful for that. You just got a new hero. A lot of people didn't even think Bucky was going to come. Oh, they're going to shut it down before he even launches. We're not going to hear from them. Once they drop him, they're going to run off and not even say anything. We won't hear from them until March or something like that. They're talking to you. They let you know, hey, we got a patch coming. Hey, if this is happening, here's a fix for you. You have a developer in chat who just, hey bro, they care. They're around. They genuinely care about you as best they can. They can't reflect that across the board, because, again, they don't control every aspect of the game. They don't control every decision that goes into the game. Your animators just animate what's put in front of them. So if War Machine gets greenlit, they're gonna animate War Machine. It's not for them to care how you feel about it. They get paid to animate War Machine. That's it. It's as simple as that. And they're doing their best to make War Machine fun for you. So whatever they can do to make that character fun for you, that's what they're going to do. But as far as, like, oh, well, let's do Doctor Strange instead of War Machine, they can't dictate that. And they might not have the resources to dictate that. You get what I'm saying? It's like, it's so many things, so many different factors that go into stuff like that people don't understand. And again, blaming the developers is the wrong thing to do, because they're in the middle. Like, they're in the middle between the players and corporate. The decisions that come from corporate, that they have to deal with that. And then when people get mad about those decisions, they shoot shots at the developers, and they're just doing their job. Like, they're giving you the game to play. That's it. That's all they could do. And it's like, I know I'm off on another tangent and all of that good stuff, but it is what it is. And again, if you like the game, enjoy the game. We're gonna play Avengers today. It's almost reset time and all of that. We're gonna play Avengers today. We're gonna hang out and play Avengers today. And on the bright side, if they do stop support for Avengers, it's peer-to-peer. So you'll still be able to play with your friends offline. Theoretically, unless they patch something to make that unfeasible, which I don't think they're going to do. I think they want you to be able to play with your friends, even though that hasn't been great for them on the developer side. That's caused problems on the development side. What's good, NBA Dreams? But again, they want you to be able to play with your friends. They want you to be able to do that. So you'll still be able to play this. I genuinely hope that they put in a patch where you can still use your MCU skins offline once service stops and all of that good stuff. That's something that's important to a lot of people who have invested a lot into this game. I really hope that's something that's on the table in the event that development stops for future content on Avengers. But again, you'll still be able to play this game. If you can turn your internet off right now, turn your network off, go turn on Avengers, you'll still be able to do stuff. You can play the campaign. You can run around. You can play with your heroes and stuff like that. I'm not sure about Spider-Man. I think something would have to be done about Spider-Man because I don't think you can play with Spider-Man offline. I don't believe. I'm not sure. I would have to check into that. It's been a while. Or you can't. I think you can't play with Spider-Man in certain missions offline, like operations and stuff. But again, it's like certain stuff can be done to really just kind of coast us off into the sunset. But again, it's like they've done a ton for this game as it is, and they've done it for you. I know it goes. That's counterintuitive to the narrative you've accepted about the studio being bad, lazy, they don't care, all of that good stuff. If you take nothing else from this article, it's not all, ice cream and rainbows behind the scenes for this game. But they've been doing it for you. They've been pushing through for you. They figured out multiplayer for you. They could have just made this a single player game and been done. They didn't have to make this, make any post-launch content. So you would have had, 6 heroes? 7 with Kamala, I believe. You don't get a Hawkeye. You don't get a Kate Bishop. You don't get any of that, and you just get the campaign, and that's it. That's the game. And people say that that's what they wanted, but it's like then it would just be like Guardians of the Galaxy. You played it, and you're done. Nobody's playing Guardians of the Galaxy right now. Not many people are playing Guardians of the Galaxy right now unless they're picking it up for the first time or you're just now starting to get an itch to go back to that story, which I have been getting that itch. I'll probably be playing it again soon myself. But but yeah, like Spider-Man, Insomniac Spider-Man, people enjoy that game, but nobody's playing that game every week. Nobody's playing that game every day. There's nothing to do. It's nothing new to do. And for a game to pull you in every day, every week, it has to give you something new to do after a while because it's going to become repetitive. And again, they've given you new things to do. You just don't like it. And it's like, that's fair. I'm not telling you you're wrong for not liking what they've given us. We didn't move beyond the AIM storyline. We didn't get any new enemies at this point. You get what I'm saying? We got War for Wakanda, but that's kind of like an offshoot. And we got the raid. So it's like those two things are fun. Those are great additions to the game. But in terms of like just still progressing, like we got a whole year in and nothing new came. So it's like instead of doing Cloning Lab with Bucky, if they had done something with Hydra with Bucky. So instead of AIM having Bucky, we brought in a whole new faction. The Avengers have to take on Hydra. Hydra is making a push for global domination now that AIM is running low on funds and all of this stuff. You got new AIM enemies. You got new Hydra enemies and stuff like that. Hydra bots. Hydra has it all. Like Hydra really can bring a lot to the table, and you could reuse some of the assets that you use for AIM for Hydra, and it's like just add a few little twists here and there and stuff like that. Like if you watch Earth's Mightiest Heroes, the cartoon for Avengers. If you look at the Dreadbots or the Dreadnoughts, the Hydra Dreadnoughts and things like that, it's like you can repurpose some exos to make those things. But again, it's like I'm not in charge of the decision making, and it's like I understand people wanting more and new and all of that good stuff, but you see what it is. And it's like there's no way you can want this kind of year to go on forever. Like 1 year with reworks, 1 or 2 heroes, and rehash content is like nobody wants that forever. Like nobody's gonna want that forever, especially when you're dependent on new people coming to the game to be the lifeblood of the game. Because the people who've been here from day one, they turn on this game every other day. Oh, I'm not spending money in this marketplace. Well, you're condemning the game to the fate that it has. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you can't expect them to do these fantastical things with no money. We recognize that they don't have a budget. But hey, I'm not going to give them any money. But I want them to do more with no budget. It's like, that makes no sense. What's good, Deja Blue? How's everyone and what's going on? Just talking about this recent article from Miller, talking about the biggest things I'll highlight for you guys. So everything else is like, that stuff we've already talked about for the longest. But here it says, he says the studio was already in preparation to sunset the title in 2023, which is something that really has the community in the fuss, because they're like, okay, well, the game is dying next year. And again, nothing official has come out stating that or corroborating that, and they're not going to tell you that this far in advance. I think news like this will ultimately hurt the game, especially if Crystal Dynamics doesn't say anything to counter that. So just from a business standpoint, I would put out an official statement just simply saying we have no current plans to discontinue support for Avengers. That's it. That's not giving anybody a definitive timeline or saying we'll never stop support. But it does give people enough to hold on to if they do want to continue supporting the game, versus not saying anything and just letting this new narrative that Miller has pushed run your game and control the narrative around your game. Because new heroes won't really matter, or a future won't really matter if this is the narrative. And I said, I know they're not going to do something like that. I don't expect them to do something like that, but I would genuinely encourage them to just put out an official statement saying, contrary to current rumors, we have no intentions of stopping support for Avengers. And that's it. That's just go from there. That buys you some time. You can, go into 2023 and figure things out if you want to. But again, it's like, that's the big conversation surrounding the game. And then from there, the next big thing was he said he found audio that appears in the game's latest patch. Azera Fazl's Jane Foster acknowledging 4 currently unannounced heroes during combat: Captain Marvel, Shuri, Ironheart, and She-Hulk. So again, those heroes are people took this excerpt from the article as confirmation that these are the heroes that are coming to the game, and that's not what that means. We've heard dialogue addressing Captain Marvel in the game, but do you see Captain Marvel in the game? No. So it's like I've heard nothing to suggest any significant work has been done on Captain Marvel to bring her to the game. So having an actor read dialogue just to cover your bases. So we might do Shuri, we might do Ironheart, we might do She-Hulk. I'm pretty sure she read more lines for other heroes who are also on that list. I mean, who aren't on that list, that we just don't know about, just because that's how they work. They have to cover their bases. We don't know who's definitively coming in the pipeline and stuff. So I'm pretty sure, like, you get what I'm saying? It's like this isn't definitive, and that's not what he intended it to be. He just said unannounced because they haven't announced any of these. They haven't announced plans for any of these heroes. But as I told you guys, if you're expecting 4 people to come next year, you might want to get in touch with reality, or do a little more research, or just review the year you've had for Avengers. Like, look back on the year in Avengers and kind of rethink those expectations. Manage your expectations going into 2023. We took a step back in a lot of terms in 2022. Marketing took a step back. I released a video not too long ago showing you guys that the marketing we were getting in 2020 and 2021 is vastly different from the marketing that you saw in 2022. You saw Black Panther in March of 2021, like a teaser trailer for Black Panther in March of 2021, and he didn't arrive until August. This year, you didn't see anything, like any in-game footage of Bucky, until a couple of days before he came. And that wasn't a teaser trailer. This is all in-game footage. You get what I'm saying? There is no cutscenes. There is no, CGI cutscenes or anything like that. The marketing that you saw for Spider-Man, like around this time last year, you didn't see that for Bucky outside of the comic trailer. The motion comic trailers, they stuck with that. Those trailers are a lot friendlier on the budget than the CGI trailers. The CGI trailers do a lot more in terms of generating hype, but that costs money, and that's money they don't have to spend or they're not looking to spend, and that again tells you something. That lets you know some things. Big expansions like War for Wakanda and Future Imperfect. You're not getting that kind of stuff anymore. Like that's not going to be a thing going forward. The cutscenes that you saw with Bucky, that's the standard now. I told you guys way at the start of the year when they told us that they weren't doing expansions and operations anymore, that when you see a hero like She-Hulk or Winter Soldier, that's going to be the standard. That's going to let us know what the standard going forward is going to be. So if they do a smaller release like Jane Foster next year, expect little to no story, no cutscenes, and just audio files. You get what I'm saying? Like that's what you're going to get. And then when they do a big hero like Captain Marvel, it's going to look like Bucky. So you're going to have cutscenes standing around the war table talking, audio files, and then in the mission you'll get in-game cutscenes that may not function properly. That's where the budget is. That's what the standard is. That's where we are with Avengers. And that's where things are looking to be ending with Avengers. Like this is the new course of direction that they're going in. From what I've heard, patrol mode may still be on the table. I think they're still planning to ship patrol mode. There's nothing to corroborate that right now. Miller has suggested that patrol mode is still being worked on. He suggested that work is being done on Ultron and all of that good stuff. Will that be shipped? Will that arrive? We don't know. Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. But you get what I'm saying? It's like we don't know. I can sell you hope all day, but it's like I genuinely don't believe you're going to get Captain Marvel, Shuri, Ironheart, and She-Hulk in 2023. It's just not going to happen. I just really don't think it's going to happen. I'm telling you. Would I want it to happen? I'll take them. With the exception of Ironheart, because I want War Machine. Do not give us Ironheart over War Machine. I know she's on the rise right now, but War Machine, he got a movie coming out or something. He got Armor Wars and stuff. Like give us War Machine. If you can give us nothing else, give me War Machine, and I'll buy the whole dev team coffee for the rest of the year. I will supply the coffee and sandwiches for the dev team for the rest of the year if you just give me Rhodey. just give me Rhodey, and I will give you guys Starbucks cards galore. I'm bribing at this point. But yeah, it's like I'm not under no disillusion about what this game is or what we can do with this game. So no, I'm not gonna like if we get War Machine, you will not hear me talking about, oh well, he got the same animations as Iron Man, or he's a clone. Bro, give me War Machine. Like give me War Machine. Do what you gotta do to give me War Machine. You get what I'm saying? Or She-Hulk. I'll take She-Hulk, but I really want War Machine. I really, really want War Machine. Not getting War Machine will feel just as bad as not getting Captain Marvel. Like I just give me those two. Give me those two, but just really give me War Machine. just really give me War Machine. Yeah, it's like, man, just if you take nothing else from this video, have fun with what you got. Have fun with what we got right now. We have a really fun game that we can play right now. You can hop into the raid, you can communicate with your friends and have fun. You can go into Cloning Lab, communicate with your friends and have fun. You can role play if you want to. You can genuinely do that. Like, hey, we got Captain America, we got Winter Soldier, you got Bucky. Winter Soldier and Bucky. You got Black Widow, you got Hawkeye. You can run a whole mission and play it as stealth. So hey, call out enemies, take them out. Bucky got a sniper. Hawkeye, he got ranged attacks. They can compete. You get what I'm saying? I'm hoping we get a leaderboard at the very least. I'm hoping that's something they can squeeze into the reworks for next year. Just give us a leaderboard. Show who did the most damage at the end of missions. Show who who took out the most enemies, things like that. That would be cool, especially like for bragging rights. You get into a session with, you got Black Widow, Bucky, Captain America, and Hawkeye, and we're all competing to see who does the most damage, who takes out the most enemies and stuff like that. Like that's a different level of fun that can be added to the game as it is right now. But it's like, again, it's like, I know stuff like this is disheartening, especially when you see heroes listed that aren't your favorite hero. But again, these people aren't set in stone. I don't even think work has probably begun on these new heroes at this point. The best thing you can do, make your opinion heard. So they're still working on this game as it is. There's still plans for a patch 2.8 and hopefully beyond that. Go make your voice heard. Say it loud on Twitter. Say it loud on Discord. Say it loud on Reddit. Be the voice that you want in the community. Like, rally up support for your ideas in the community for the heroes you want. Make campaigns for the heroes you want. And again, if you get enough support behind that, I would hope that they will listen to that and be like, all right, we're hearing a lot of people really want War Machine. Because they do. A lot of people really want War Machine, especially me. Like, a lot of people are willing to go as far as buying the team coffee for War Machine. But yeah, it's like, be vocal about it. There's something people can do. Like, you can start a petition to continue support for Avengers just to show them that you want things, that people want the game to go on. And hopefully they can figure something out. Something that works for the team and for the community. Yeah, AJ, I'm glad you're hearing me, man. Spread the word. If you guys like tea, if you like coffee, I got you. Sandwiches, I got you. Jimmy John's, hey, I got the hookup on Jimmy John's. I will take care of your crafts and services needs just to get that done for you guys. Just get us War Machine and Captain Marvel. Coffee got myself. AJ, we gotta have a conversation. We gotta have some conversations. But yeah, it's like, make your voice heard. If you really want, specific heroes, if you really want, I used to drink coffee back when I was a teenager. I used to work in my dad's car wash with him. And, it used to be cold in the morning, so it's like we'll drink a little coffee just to warm up and, get things started and get going. But I'm more of a tea guy. But yeah, it's like, I'm telling you, your voice matters. They do hear you. There's only so much they can do. And again, bigger decisions can come down the pipeline that they just have to adhere to. But they can be vocal with that. They can take that into consideration. And again, if you really want to show people that show the team that you want support for this game, start a petition. Get signatures. If somebody starts a petition, send it my way. I'll sign it. I got your back on that. I promise you. And I'll promote it. I'll promote your petition and all of that good stuff. If you think, do what you can to show them that it'll help. Don't be toxic. Don't attack people. You get what I'm saying? But genuinely let them know, like, hey, we are willing to support this game. If you change your business model, if you sell content, if you want to sell an operation, if you want to charge for heroes, I support that because I want the game to continue. Be vocal about things like that. The game is not dead. As of right now, the game is not dead. You can still play this game right now. They are still doing updates for this game. You're getting a patch update very soon because they care about your experience with Bucky. They don't want Bucky to be buggy. They don't want your game to crash. They don't want things like that happening. They're working on a patch update. It's almost Christmas. These people got Christmas shopping to do. You get what I'm saying? They got lives outside of this game, but they're crunching to get stuff out to you because they care about your experience with the game. There's only so much they can do. They only have so many hours in a day. There's only so many people working on a project, but they do care. The people who are still on the project do still care about the player experience, and which is why you're getting a new patch update, a small fix update to fix some of the bugs and issues that came with the latest update because they care. They're reasonable people. You can reason with them to a degree. Some decisions just come above their head. Marvel owns the IP. Marvel has a lot to say in what goes on with this IP. If you show them that, hey, we want this game. If you write articles, hey, Yeah, especially with coffee. Buy a developer some coffee today. But yeah, it's like just I'm telling you, positivity can go a long way. Positive interactions, especially with the right people, can go a long way. Stop telling them they're lazy. Stop telling them they don't care. Stop telling yourself that, and just go out and have a positive interaction. If you appreciate the game, you got a developer right here in the chat. Tell him you appreciate his work on the game. He worked hard on Bucky. Tell him you appreciate the work he did on Bucky. Tell him you appreciate the work the team did on Bucky. They can spread that. That's a morale boost. You get what I'm saying? People actually enjoyed that stuff that I killed myself for months to bring to lunch. That's a small morale boost, bro. Like that's some appreciation. You get what I'm saying? They that matters. They're people. These are actual people. There are people. They're not robots. They're not. You get what I'm saying? They're not just there to execute orders and commands and stuff like that. There are people. They have hard days just like you have a hard day. That's all I'm saying. So again, it's like the article that we've got the gist of it. You get what I'm saying? The absence of She-Hulk specifically has long haunted Marvel's Avengers with multiple accidental confirmations this past year of not only her presence in the pipeline, but also the identity of her voice actress, Krizia Bajos. Sources tell me that She-Hulk was in active development in late 2021 by mostly external partners and was shelved when Avengers shifted entirely in-house under Wagner, a byproduct of the existing long-term strategy being overhauled. Again, we don't know this. You get what I'm saying? Miller has sources. We don't have those sources, so you have to take him at his word until something official comes out and either corroborates that or contradicts that. That's where we're left with it. But yes, it's like I wish that She-Hulk made it into the game this year. I wish that She-Hulk is genuinely in the plans for the future of the game. But again, if you don't have the budget to do it and you don't want her to be a clone of some kind or more of a clone than you would like, it's like I get it. See, positivity. My sister, she just messaged me and told me she loved me. Yeah, that's positivity, bro. I'm telling you, positivity. Go with positivity. You have a choice. You have a choice. You can choose to be positive, and I'm not saying being toxically positive to the point where anybody can't have an opposite opinion or anything like that. But yeah, just like a genuinely positive interaction with people. Like just, hey, I don't care that you don't like this game. I don't care if you hate this game or you think the team is lazy and stuff like that. Hey, that's your opinion, bro. Like I can't take that from you. I wouldn't want to take that from you. What's up, Jab Cancun? But yeah, it's like I appreciate you guys being here, bro. I got 150 something people chilling in chat with me, listening to me talk about this game because people care about the game. People care about the game, bro. People care. People whether it's for good reasons or for bad reasons, people care. People care about what's being said about the game, what's going on with the game, what's the future for the game, all of that good stuff. But I genuinely appreciate y'all hanging out with me as always. And again, it's like if you take nothing else, the game is still alive, and you can still affect change if you want to it, or you can you can put forth your best effort to affect change. If the game shuts down, there's nothing nobody can do about that, but there's a lot of time between now and then that you can do a lot if you want to. Start a petition, write your own articles. You get what I'm saying? Do what you can. Tweet about it. Talk about it on Reddit. People make posts longer than this on Reddit all the time. Like there's essays and articles being written on Reddit all the time, like every day, several times a day about this game that people interact with. People read that stuff. People talk about it. There are people passionate about this game to this day. All right, AJ, appreciate you coming through, man. Hope you have a good rest of your day. You and the team. Hope you have a productive day as always. Appreciate you coming through. But yeah, guys, like you can just let them know what you want. Let them know that yes, we have we still have a lot of love and faith in this game and want it to continue. We just want it to continue in a better direction. So don't do more of this year if possible. Spend money but also be willing to, sell what you're making. Don't limit yourself to just only selling things in the marketplace, because that's not great for a foreseeable future. Like, that's limiting your profit. You get what I'm saying? That's like showing the MCU movies for free and only selling T-shirts. So we'll sell you the movie T-shirts for $14, but to actually watch the movies and shows, that's free. We'll give you Disney Plus for free. We'll give you movie tickets for free. Multi-billion-dollar opportunity. You get what I'm saying? But we'll sell the T-shirts. That's where the money is going to be made. Like, think about it like that. Like, that's what the financial strategy for this game is. Like we have all of this content that's worth multi-millions of dollars, if not billions, and we're not selling that at all. We're giving that away for free, but we'll sell you the skins you can wear around the game. It's like, that is a terrible business model. Like, objectively, that is a terrible business model. It makes no sense. Do you have any idea who thought that idea was smart for operations to be free? That's a decision that came well before launch. And it's like, to say this, because again, to be fair to the team behind this project, and this goes directly in line with what I was just saying, they care about you. They wanted you to be able to experience the campaigns and operations at no additional charge. And as you can see, that's come at their detriment. They're taking the L on that, because they wanted you to be able to play that. They wanted you to be able to pick up this game no matter when and have access to all of this content. When a new hero comes to the game, everybody can play with it. When new content comes to the game, everybody can play it, because they care about you. They want you to have that experience with this. And it's like, this is what they've said. They've been vocal about this. This is what they've got on stage and said multiple times. They want you, they care more about your experience with the game and you being able to have access to content than they did about the bottom line. And clearly, things started to change, at some point, because it's like, you have to make money to keep a game like this going, which is why they started trying to sell XP boosters. Which again is like, if you communicate you don't get the blowback for that you initially did. They did a lot of things wrong leading up to that decision, which ultimately led them down the path of, okay, we have to retract this and go back on that. But communication and being upfront about it, you can be all right, because it's still commendable that you were willing to give away this stuff for free, and that bought a lot of goodwill for you. You played this game for free for going on 3 years, and now, because you wanted to continue, but in order for us to be able to do that, we have to make money to do that. So we have to sell content. So if you're new to the game and you want to experience a lot of that old stuff that you weren't around for, you got to pay for that. These new heroes who are coming, you got to pay for that. You want access to the other heroes that you didn't get, you have to pay for that. So again, it's like you're selling the challenge cards for $10 because you need money. You get what I'm saying? You know that you need money. Bump that up to justify the resources that went into actually making the hero. So maybe a hero is like $20. Maybe it's the challenge card will be included, of course. So you get what I'm saying? So $20 per hero, do a season pass or something like that for like $30 or $40. That includes, multiple operations and things like that. And now we're in business. Now we're having a conversation in addition to selling skins, in addition to selling takedowns and things like that. You have to monetize the game in order to support the game. I can want the game. You get what I'm saying? I can want to play the game all I want, but that's not doing anything for them. That doesn't make them money. And it's like, that's what's weird about the sense of entitlement so many people have with this game in general. It's like, oh, well, they need to do this, and I'm not spending any money until that. And it's like, bro, you don't pay for this stuff. Like, you literally don't pay for this stuff. You didn't pay to play with Bucky, which is why you're playing with Bucky. Because if you had to pay for this, nobody's that committed to being a hater unless they're making money from making videos about hate. So unless you're making money on the back end of this, these people nobody's finna pay for Bucky just to hate on him. If you pay for Bucky, they're gonna find the fun in Bucky then. You're gonna find a lot of fun in Bucky then because you paid for that. Oh well, yeah, he got a lot of variety. He's not just Captain America. He can do this. His gun feels completely different because you paid for it, and now you understand. You got to see value in that. And it's like, hey, just relax, just relax with it, but like, sell your stuff, sell the products that you made. Don't. These characters are really good. Your story content was really good. It's worth paying for. Sell that. Like, if you do nothing else, make money from it, bro. Make money from this. But yeah, it's like, I know people want to see a Cyberpunk 27 turnaround or 2077 turnaround and a No Man's Sky turnaround. You're not getting there unless they change that business model and unless they really switch directions. And it's like right now, especially with the stuff with Brian, it's like that puts them in a very bad spot because, again, the one person who had any kind of sense of direction for the game just lost all of his credibility. And it's like, do we promote somebody else as lead of the project? You get what I'm saying? Is anybody else qualified to take over that spot? Do we trust that vision? Does this person have a vision for the game? Do they have any ideas for the game? You get what I'm saying? Do we hire somebody else who then has to learn the engine and get caught up to speed and all this stuff, which is going to take time, money that we just don't have? You get what I'm saying? It's like they're in a really tough spot with that stuff. And I hope they figure it out, but I'm telling you genuinely and definitively, bro, they have to figure out a new financial strategy for this game. Their business model does not work for this game. This kind of game, it doesn't work. That's what I'm saying. Like people complain about bugs and stuff like that. You only have a handful of people on the game, right? So let's, for the sake of argument, we'll say there are 10 definitive developers working on this game. So we'll go with 10. We got 10 people working on the game. That's designers, engineers, narrative team. All of that stuff is included in that. So you got Brandon. All of that comes down to 10 people, right? So these 10 people have to do art design. They got to do skins. They have to do character designs. They got to do in-game models and everything like that. They have to do animations. All the things that come with development on the game, that's down to 10 people. And again, this isn't an official number. This is just for the sake of argument. So we'll say there's 10 people on this game. But you also have bugs to fix. You also have to quality test upcoming content. You also have to work on new content. So we got to build new levels. Or not even new levels. We have to bring what's in the game, the people that are already in the game, to different environments and stuff like that. That's not easy. I'm telling you, if you understood the technical aspect of that, something as simple as that, something as simple as bringing one boss from one area to another area, you would ease up on the laziness and all this other stuff. Because again, it's not simple, bro. It's not like Control C, Control V to get this stuff across the board over there. It's like, it doesn't work like that. And that's, again, not me making excuses for these people. I'm telling you, if we got the criticism that if you had to live under the criticism that you apply to this game, you're done. You get what I'm saying? You wouldn't make it. You wouldn't want to make it. You genuinely wouldn't. I'm trying to greedy business. You just got a character for free. They're fixing it for free. They're working on a patch for free. They don't get paid for that next patch update. They're not selling a patch update. You get what I'm saying? This is extra work and resources that's not going towards something else. So if we're fixing what our most recent mess up, we're not working on what should be coming next. You get what I'm saying? We're calling people who are, I literally just said, they're giving away all of this stuff for free. They should be selling it. The campaign wasn't buggy, bro. I didn't start having networking issues until I started playing multiplayer. When I was just playing the campaign, I wasn't falling through maps. I wasn't crashing or anything like that. Most people don't even know this game has those kind of problems because they don't experience them, realistically. And you get that for free. You get it for free. Like, you get what I'm saying? If you playing this game on Game Pass, You just got a world of content for free. You got 12 heroes for free. You can play with them right now for free. That's not greedy, bro. If they were greedy, they probably would be in a better position than they are right now. I understand being upset with bugs existing and persisting to this day, but it's like, again, they can't do everything all at once. There's not that many people on the project. More people are being moved to other projects. Some people are in between projects. So some people are still on Avengers while working on Perfect Dark and while working on Tomb Raider. That's not easy. That's like working at Walmart and Target. So you do half a shift at Walmart, half a shift at Target. Are you going to be as productive at either one of those places? No. It just don't work like that. But again, you still are expected to do this stuff. So hey, fix those bugs. But also get Bucky ready to ship. And also get cloning labs ready to ship. And also fix this. And also we got a skin that needs to be done. And also. It's only so much they can do. And this is what everybody's been saying. This article is only saying what's already been said 1,000 times at this point. Go look through Stardust channel, bro. Like, he literally covered all this stuff. He's doing Glassdoor reviews and all of that stuff, bro. Like, the game has problems. They got problems behind the scenes. I'm not gonna lie, for like CD screwed me over right now. The Winter Soldier MCU bundle is 900 credits. I literally spent 1,400 credits for one skin of his. Yes, okay, so the way the bundles work, and again, this is just me simply telling you how it works. That's it. There is no, I have no opinion on this. This is not me telling you it's right or wrong or anything like that. I'm just telling you how it works. If you buy the bundle flat out, it's $2,200, right? If you buy one of the skins out of there, because each skin individually is $1,400, right? So do the math. And whenever you buy a skin, the bundle becomes cheaper. So if you buy two of those skins, yes, the price is going to go down even further because you only have one skin essentially left in there to buy. Just like the any other bundles, they're cheaper the more skins that you already have. So yes, they made it that way so that you would be incentivized to just buy the bundle because ultimately that is cheaper. That's infinitely cheaper than buying, each skin individually. But like I said, I understand it, and I hope you bought your favorite one, and just, you don't need the other skins if you don't want to, or if you got 900 credits to spare, I guess, but, buy your favorite one out of the bundle and be okay with that, and probably catch the bundle on a sale or something like that. Like I tell you guys, be economical with your money, be frugal. So yes, you don't have to buy skins day one. You don't have to buy those skins as soon as they hit the marketplace. They'll still be there. They're not going away. And a new sale is always around the corner. You got a Christmas sale coming up soon. Get those skins on sale. I do it all the time. Like, I wait for a sale and I'll go grab a couple skins. Like, I just got Thor Ragnarok and Hulk from Thor Ragnarok on sale. So again, I'm not advocating you spend money on the game, especially as it is right now. But hey, yeah, it's like Corey, we good, bro. Like I said, if you've been in the chat before, like I'm addressing what you're saying, but it's like I'm not coming at you sideways and nothing like that. So I hope that's not how you take it. I'm just highlighting what you're saying and addressing it because that's a part of the conversation. But yeah, it's like, I'm not defending bad practices. I'm telling them definitively that their business model is bad. And again, in order for the lights to stay on, they have to sell skins. That's all they have. That's literally all they got. That's their main revenue draw right there, selling skins. Without that, they really have nothing. This game really would have died. This game would have died immediately after launch because you don't have anything coming in. You get what I'm saying? But again, it's like, I get it. If the game isn't meeting your standards, so it's like, you're not even surprised to see bugs, pop up when they drop new content, and that's a deal breaker for you, get up out of there, bro. And I'm not telling you, like, hey, get out of here so it can be peaceful and positive for me. It's like, no, I'm telling you that for yourself. Like, Midnight Suns is a really cool game right now. That has a lot of story. I haven't run into it. Well, I ran into a quick bug, not even a bug, but graphical glitch, I guess. Where Blade was running around in his underwear for a second during the cutscene. But it's like, yeah, you can if turn-based strategy games are your thing, check out Midnight Suns. I don't know if you checked out Gotham Knights. They kind of in a similar boat to Avengers, but again, it's like you got like Elden Ring was a dope game. I played and I plan to revisit soon. God of War hit the market. It's a ton of stuff out here, bro. Like just I'm telling like as somebody who plays games as an escape and as a break from reality, that's all I want for other people. So if this game is genuinely stressing you out to the point where it's like every update is disappointing and stressful and stuff like that, disengage. Is I can't tell you this it's getting brighter. It doesn't look like it's getting brighter. It looks like you're gonna get much of the same, and they're never gonna be in a position to meet the standards that we got. Like the people who have like the highest of high standards for this game, like every patch update should come through smoothly with no graphical bugs, and the old bugs that have persisted since day one should just be completely eradicated. I don't think they're gonna get there. I don't think they're motivated to get there. Like the people who still there is like these people are jaded, bro. Like, and you would have to be. Vape, we can still play Elden Ring, bro. What's today? Thursday. If we don't get to it tonight, we can get to it tomorrow night. Well, tomorrow night I got the after show podcast. Well, I mean, if you're still up on because it's like that usually wraps up around 9ish. If you're gonna be up on kind of late on Friday, we can hang out and do some Elden Ring. I'll even make Aqua come around because he owe me. But yeah, it's like I'm just telling you, like I genuinely just like they from speaking with the developers, speaking with developers on other projects and things like that, dabbling in game development myself, it's like it's hard, bro. Like it's hard to do. It is hard to do. It's not easy to do, and the way things work on our side of things doesn't necessarily translate to how it works on their side. So when they are testing things, it can work fine. And then when you put it out into the wild and you deal with networking and all of that stuff, that causes a whole host of issues that they can't predict because they don't know that. They don't know how things are going to respond. So you play a completely different way than the developers may play. And that can cause issues. That can cause, bugs and issues and graphic issues and things like that they never experience because they just don't play like that. So you can have a spot that you go to with your flyers or something like that. And when you do that with this new flyer, you fall through the map or you end up in a new environment or something like that. And they don't do that. They don't even know that spot exists. So it's like, I'm telling you, bro, like it is complex and it's expensive. And I'm not telling you wrong for wanting them, to do this. Not taking it personal. We do this on a regular, like a family discussion. But yeah, like I said, I'm that's like I said, we just chilling, bro. I'm glad, there's no issues. So I get what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying now in terms of the industry and stuff like that. And yes, like game shipping with bugs, and they just to try to say they'll just patch it out on the back end is like that is definitely become a community a industry standard at this point, and that's something I don't agree with, but people still pre-order games like it's not a thing. So it's like I'm right there with you on that, Corey, but realistically, it's like that's nothing that's going away because the fear of missing out. People want to be day one for this stuff. And for anybody who just popped into the stream, again, appreciate you guys for being here. Slap a like if you can. Definitely help support the channel. And as a quick refresher for anybody who just saw the title and the thumbnail and is like, what the hell is going on? What is Kaz talking about? Miller dropped the article yesterday talking about the future of Avengers, and in this article he talked about the game or the studio behind the game having plans to sunset the title in 2023, which means there's active plans according to Miller and his sources to end development and support for Avengers by the end of 2023, and that's been a persistent rumor. That's definitely been a persistent rumor, for the game in general for the longest. But as of right now, no, the writing isn't confirmed. Like it's not definitively that the game is sunsetting or anything like that. And as I said recently, Crystal Dynamics themselves can put out a response or a statement saying, as of right now, there are no plans to stop development for Avengers in 2023. That doesn't, you get what I'm saying? Just to change the narrative. That's something as simple as that. Just to change the narrative. I appreciate that, Craig, bro. Like I said, I just try to show up and keep a balance there. Um, yeah, it's like, what's good, Vitor? Appreciate you coming through. Yeah, it's like it's nothing much we can do on certain fronts, and it's like, yeah, the game shutting down is like, that's not going to be the end of the world, honestly. But yes, I understand this. And when I say shutting down, I just mean discontinuing support, because you'll still be able to play with your friends off. Once, just because development doesn't continue doesn't mean the servers are dead or anything like that, because you'll still be able to play with your friends and stuff like that. And there are other things they can do to make that experience even better. Such as like giving you access to your MCU skins and stuff like that. Which I genuinely hope they do. We got Midnight Suns. Hey, I got all the games, bro. Like I said, I play video games. I'm a gamer. I'm a casual gamer, but I'm a gamer, and it's like I'll always have something to play and something to do. With or without Avengers, but again, I can still play Avengers, and it's like that's what I've been doing for the past 2 years, and that's what I like to do. And hopefully we get some positive news going into next year. But yeah, so right now the narrative around the game is, yeah, it's sunsetting in 2023. I wouldn't expect that to, I wouldn't expect any news on that front like officially until like closer to the end of 2023. So like I don't believe there is any plans immediately to stop development on Marvel's Avengers early 2023 or anything like that. What's good, Blue Lion? Um, yeah, they patch 2.8 probably won't even arrive until early 2023, like February or March or something like that. And again, I think they'll communicate what's coming in the patch 2.9, and I do believe they're still going to work towards getting patrol mode and join in progress launch, because they put a lot of time and effort into that behind the scenes. According to Miller and his sources, there's been a ton of work going into getting join in progress and patrol mode ready to ship. So I don't think they're gonna abandon that. I think they're gonna get out what they have on the table. So what's already there. So if work has been done on She-Hulk, I would think that would be there. You get what I'm saying? I would think that they're gonna get that out the door. Hopefully, whatever work was done on War Machine warrants enough to justify getting him out the door. And Captain Marvel, I would think that would be enough to justify like going into 2024 doing something with that, if anything, or just get that out by the end of the year. So if you got the option between She-Hulk and War Machine and Captain Marvel to finish off this storyline and just wrap things up with a nice little bow, I guess, go for it. Go for it. But it's like, uh, again, it's like enjoy what you got for right now. And live in the moment. You got a new character that you didn't have to pay for. You got a new game mode. You can link up with people and play and all of that good stuff. Is like just chill on that front. And the other thing that he said was in regards to what was it? Right, so he was talking about Zero Fossil's Jane Foster acknowledging 4 currently unannounced heroes during combat, and those characters are Captain Marvel, Shuri, Ironheart, and She-Hulk. And again, I know a lot of people's takeaway from that was, okay, well, these are the people that are planned to come next year. Nah, not at all. Don't take that for that. That's not what that means. Fate Walker, what's good, bro? Shout out to Fate Walker. The numbers, man. Fate, what you playing today? You hopping into Avengers for reset, or are you jumping back into Midnight Suns? I know you've been living at the Abbey these past few days. But yeah, it's like again, when they bring in these voice actors, they just have them cover all the bases in terms of playing dialogue and things like that. So the guy who did Bucky, Scott Porter, he's been doing voice lines since 2019, and he just arrived in the game in 2022. So I'm pretty sure he has some dialogue addressing Ironheart and Captain Marvel and Shuri and all of that stuff too, just because those were options. You get what I'm saying? Those were probably names that were on the table. So having someone read a line with that name doesn't mean work has been done. Doesn't mean design work has been done. Doesn't mean that hero is officially on the internal roadmap or anything like that. And I'm telling you, look at the year you just had. Do not go into 2023 expecting 3 and 4 heroes. It took a lot to get the 2 that you got to ship this year. Once I'm work doing Genshin real quick, then I need to progress Midnight Sun so I can give people deck ideas. Yeah, Fate, we got to chop it up. I need some insight into, Midnight Suns, in general. It's like I still been playing blindly. It's like I played a few missions, like I got Spider-Man and stuff now, but I still need to learn like the logistics of certain things and just I know you're the man to go to, so you can explain it in a way that'll make it accessible for me. But switching over chat. So this, we all know Bucky just dropped in the game. He dropped with an MCU skin day one, and he was met with, mixed criticism. Like there are people who think he's very fun to play as, but there are people who are also heavily criticizing his design, like his face, his hair, and things like that, and saying like his hair screams of budget issues and things like that. What's good, New York? How you feeling? And what's good, John Howard? Playing as Captain Avengers. What's good, Bucky Barnes? I don't think Brian should work on any Marvel game projects because every time he's involved, the game gets shut down. Bro, I don't know what to say to that. I genuinely don't know what to say to that. Black Tiger, what's up? Not gonna lie, old tweets aside, I think the game is objectively better after Brian took over. Don't gotta like the guy, but I won't say objectively better, but I will give him the credit of actually having some kind of vision because nobody else prior to him seemed to have a clear vision for the game because it's like we were caught between expensive single player content and multiplayer content with bad rewards, and it's like he came and gave some kind of focus. So like the shipments idea, that was his, the new shipment design. Brian brought that to the table. Like he has good ideas. I'll give him that, but it's like I just feel like there's an imbalance there, and I don't feel like he's the best person, like I feel like he's not in tune enough with player input and player demand to really be the leading voice for the project. So having him in a position where you can like push forward ideas like shipments and things like that is fine, but I don't feel like he should be the lead of the project. I just don't agree with all of the decisions that he made, for the game this year. But yeah, we got Bucky Barnes. Like I said, he's a ton of fun for me, but I know people have, criticisms of him and everything like that. And you just heard the name She-Hulk, for the umpteenth time, and a lot of people are like, where the hell is She-Hulk? What's going on with She-Hulk? We want She-Hulk in the game. Oh, well, they were working on She-Hulk. They outsourced her, and then they brought her in-house under Brian Wagner's direction, and ultimately she was shelved, and with the idea that the team would expand and be able to do more work on her. And it's like, at the end of the day, we just don't have her right now. And it's like, there's no clear idea of what's going on. Yeah, and it's like, I agree, Fadom. I don't know what anybody can do with the resources they have available, and it definitely seems like the strategy this year was just not spend money. And I'm telling you, like, before you do anything, you have to change them. How do you get resources in a game like this? You have to sell what you have, and you put yourself in a bad light with the stuff we got this year because, again, you're showing that janky cutscenes and repurposed assets are the best you have to go for. So when people you ask people for money, that's what they're gonna think of when you're asking them to pay for stuff. They're like, I'm not paying for that. But when you were just pushing out operations and campaigns and the war for Wakanda and all of that stuff, people will pay for that. So it's like you would have to make an investment, develop that, and be able to showcase that in the same light that you showcased, and teased all of the stuff prior with War for Wakanda and all of that stuff in those previous operations, to then be like, hey, coming this June or this fall for, pick up a new season pass. You get what I'm saying? To be able to gain access to this, new heroes, unique skins, all of this stuff. You have to do that though, but it's going to take an investment, and you have to be able to sell investors on the idea of investing in that. But yeah, it's like, um, I agree, Reginald. Putting Ironheart in over War Machine is just like out of touch. But yeah, it's like we've not like this is corroborating what Miller said. Like, he put this out last December. Last December he announced Krazia Bajos will be playing Jennifer Walters, aka She-Hulk, when she appears in Marvel's Avengers. This is Krazia Bajos. She retweeted that and left a green heart. Man, my throat. But yeah, it's like I don't know why so many people confuse Miller with as an official source. Like you would think the people who actually work close to the project would know something like that, but they don't. And she had to take all of this down, but as you can see, we saw it. People know what happened, and it's like, yeah, this was exciting for people. People were excited about knowing that She-Hulk was actually coming to the game. That there's actually work being done to bring She-Hulk to the game. People were excited about that. It's her Disney Plus show was coming. You get what I'm saying? It just seemed to make sense. It all just seemed to make sense, and then they just Clone Lab cutscenes are my favorite because how janky they are. There's some goofy stuff going on. It's like, bro, I was so sad to see that. It's like, I'll show you what I'm talking about. But it's like, yeah, bro, like, there is no way you should be picking Ironheart over War Machine, bro. Especially after you drop that skin for Iron Man. Was it Code Cold Steel or something like that? I forgot the name of the skin where he has the shoulder turret and the heat pipe in the back and all that stuff. That's a War Machine armor, bro. Like just do War Machine. Just give me War Machine, please. Yeah, nobody asked for Ironheart and Black. I mean, they got bigger plans for that. That opens up a certain avenue in terms of diversity and targeting demographics for them that they want. Cold Iron, appreciate that, Black Tiger. But yeah, it's like just I'm telling you, like it's my biggest problem is that they never seem to take the easy wins with this game. So War Machine is an easy win. Yes, he's going to be met with criticism, especially after the year we've had with Jane Foster and Bucky, but I'm telling you, when you play with him, he's going to be fun because there's enough there to make him fun and distinct from Iron Man. Pull resources from Hulkbuster and put them into War Machine. Pull resources from like Bucky with his grenade launcher and stuff like that. Make that not even a grenade launcher, but it's like the way that Bucky's his assault rifle works with targeting and being able to aim at enemies. Do that with War Machine's shoulder cannon, but also make it function as a grenade launcher. You get what I'm saying? Like those same mechanics can apply to War Machine. So instead of being on the ground, he's in the air, picking off enemies. You get what I'm saying? His ultimate uses all of his artillery and just goes ham on the field. You get what I'm saying? Shoulder missiles, all of this stuff. Do it. Just do it, bro. Like, do it. It's War Machine. This is a legacy character. This is somebody with a name that has been well known to be associated with the Avengers. He's in the movies. He's on Disney Plus. He's in the cartoons. He's a big part of the marketing. This is a legacy character. She-Hulk, ahead of her show, would have done much better reception-wise than Jane Foster for her, small role in Love and Thunder, which wasn't even a well-received movie. It's like, do yourself a favor, bro. Like do yourself those small favors by just doing what makes sense. Just do what makes sense. And again, if you couldn't do much this year and you want to just do the AIM stuff, is like introduce Captain Marvel or introduce Ultron. Like that should have been the end of the year content. Like that should have been your big end of the year content. So, hey, Captain Marvel and the Kree are coming at the end of the year. New enemies, a new environment, and a new hero. That's it. Or hey, patrol mode is ready. Join in progress, and Ultron is finally in the picture. And it's like just leave it at that. That cloning lab and no rest for the wicked and stuff is like we could have did that earlier in the year. That could have been smaller releases and stuff. It's just it's so much. There's so much could have been done differently. Just give us Captain Marvel. Like if that was the year, just give us Captain Marvel. Like just do something that's an easy win. This game needs an easy win. But even then, it's like I wouldn't be surprised. Like they can make a completely unique Captain Marvel, and something completely unrelated out of left field would come out of nowhere to disrupt any positive news this game has going on. Like I'm telling you, like if you follow this game and look back on it, no matter what they do, something crazy always comes out of nowhere, bro. Like literally. I think the XP booster stuff happened like right after the Spider-Man news or around the time of the Spider-Man news, and it's like, oh, we dropped the trailer for Spider-Man, but you gave it to IGN and let them show gameplay in the worst way possible, bro. Like they put Spider-Man in such a bad light. It's like, why would you do this to yourself? IGN hates your game. Don't give them access to your game. You get what I'm saying? Like, don't do that. That's not the outlet to go with. Do not do this. If she's genuinely in consideration, unconsider that right now. Stop that. Don't do that to your fans. There are people who would enjoy that. But the number of people who would enjoy War Machine a little more eclipses that. Just don't do this. Do not do this. This is not the way. I know she's fun right now in the MCU and all of that good stuff, but I'm telling you, do not do that. Do not do that. Do not do that at all. This is not the way. I'm pretty sure they can make her fun. I'm pretty sure she can be cool. All of that good stuff. Do not do this. Especially when people know War Machine was planned. Because this means no War Machine at all. And you are going to piss off people. You are going to piss people off. Do not do this. And I know, and I'm telling you, I know she'll be fun. I know there are cool things you can do with her, but that's like you're sticking too similar to Iron Man at that point. And then whatever you add for her, people are going to feel like you should have had that for Iron Man initially. So that could have been a new Ultimate for Iron Man or something like that. Don't do it. Do not do it. Just don't do it. After seeing Clone Labs, No Rest for the Wicked, do you think this team could have made a Captain Marvel that is unique in 6 to 9 months? No. Don't. That's what I'm saying. I'm not advocating for her to be completely unique. I don't think they would have been able to do that. I think she'll have a lot in common with other heroes, just like we saw with Bucky. But again, she flies. She's going to be strong on the level that Bucky or anybody else in the game just isn't. Even with Bucky's cheese, she's going to be a powerhouse like nobody, can believe. And there's going to be room there to make her still unique. So it's like where Iron Man's unibeam comes out of his chest, that'll probably be like a double-fisted plasma beam for her. But it works. You get what I'm saying? It makes sense for her character. And I'm actually thinking of doing like a whole hero gameplay design video focused on her and maybe some other heroes, at different times, depending on reception of that. But it's like, after looking at Bucky, I can see exactly how Captain Marvel could and should play in this game. And I know what unique things they can add to her character as well. So it's like your budget would mostly be spent on those 1 or 2 or 3 unique things that you would have to bring to her. Everything else you can just repurpose. You get what I'm saying? Everything else you can just repurpose and it'll work. So her, fighting similar to Iron Man, but with a twist. Maybe she has more of a combo chain than him or something like that. It would just make sense. But Shuri, again, is like, I know the new changes to melee with cloning lab gear and stuff like that makes applying melee status and stuff like that feasible. But again, just don't do that. What's up, Victor? So, in the video, I was breaking down the article that Miller wrote, talking about the plans that the studio has to shutter the game next year. It's not official. He does have sources close to the game, but in reality, there is nothing definitive supporting that, and there's nothing official supporting that, is what I should say. And my belief is, if they are shutting the game down next year, it'll be later in the year, like towards September. I don't think you have to worry about that in the first few months to like summer or anything like that. That's my takeaway. And he listed off voice lines being shared for Jane Foster talking to people like Ironheart, Shuri, Captain Marvel, and She-Hulk. And a lot of people interpreted that as being confirmation that those are the heroes that are being worked on, and that's not what that means. But I understand the assumption, but no, those heroes being added as voice lines for Jane Foster is like, that's just covering all the bases in case they chose to go either of those directions. I'm pretty sure she has voice lines addressing other people who may not be announced as well, but they didn't make it through on Miller's side, so you never know. Am I gonna do a watch stream of the Game Awards tonight? Yeah, I should be able to. What time is that coming on again? What time is the Game Awards? Like 5, 6? But yeah, don't do Shuri. Don't do Shuri. Just don't. I'm not sure she would have turned out the way we want her to, and it would have been or could have been more of a disappointment than No Rest for the Wicked, assuming they had our full voice lines. For who? You talking about Captain Marvel or yeah, I'm lost. I'm lost, Fate. Cass, can you showcase that easy way to do cloning lab? Yeah, I'll show you guys. But it's like, get this guy in the game. It's like, we got so many teases in this game. Okay, 7. Yeah, I'll definitely be able to be free around that time. But yeah, it's like, get him into the game, bro. Get Captain Marvel, got you. But yeah, it's like, pay off some of these teases that we did. It's like a game like Spider-Man where you tease stuff like Daredevil and the Avengers and stuff like that, but you have no real intention of showing that at any point. It's like, I get it, because it's like, that's just world building and slight lore, and it's like, in a game like this, you can capitalize on that because that's content you can bring to the game. You just have to plan for it. So like with Insomniac Spider-Man, they do a lot of teasing for Miles becoming, Spider-Man as well, which they knew they would pay off with the Miles Morales Spider-Man game that they were working on. So it's like they know, how to tease what's being worked on and how to just world build a little bit. And I think what's being like the Loki teases that we got is like, somebody thought that would just be cool, but it's like, did you have any real plans to pay that off at some point? Like, are we going to pay that off at any point? And I don't think there was any real plans to, because there's nothing that suggests any work was done for Loki. We don't have an in-game design for Loki or anything like that. Like, they teased him again with Jane Foster, but I think they just like mentioning that he's a thing, but there's nothing really being done with him story-wise. And it's like, pay that off, bro. Just start paying that off. And here we get to the real problems, that the game faces going into next year and that you saw surface this year. The pandemic is over. Like, studios are getting back to work and games are being released. Heroic Assault dropped the day that they dropped Bucky. That pulled people away. So where Avengers this time last year had the whole market to itself when they dropped War for Wakanda and when they dropped the Raid and Spider-Man, there was nobody else around. Nobody dropped anything that day. There was no Gotham Knights. There was nothing. You just had that whole thing to yourself. And now people have options. People were playing Heroic Assault when they dropped that. They were like, "Hey, I don't care about Bucky," or "Hey, I don't care about Cloning Labs," or "I'm not impressed with that. I want to go see what's going on with Star Lab or Starro and Gotham Knights and checking out the new gear, checking out the new Heroic Assault and all of that stuff." That's a problem, and it's only going to get worse. That's something that we have to keep in mind because, again, Midnight Suns dropped later that same week, and it's here now. And they have more content coming for that as well. You got Deadpool coming. You got Morbius. You got Storm. They got content coming for this as it is. You get what I'm saying? So it's like this isn't going away anytime soon. And again, it gets even grimmer. You got Spider-Man 2 coming out next year, bro. Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and Venom in the game. That's big. So it's like you have to plan your content releases around stuff like that. Because with the new marketing strategy that they have at Avengers, it's like, all right, catch you later, Reginald. Appreciate you coming through and hanging out, man. But yeah, it's like that's gotta affect your scheduling. You get what I'm saying? Like when hopefully they can get an announcement date for Spider-Man 2 as soon as possible because it's like that. At least you know what days to try to avoid if possible. Because dropping content the day that Spider-Man 2 drops out is like, that's tough. That's tough because even the most avid Avengers fans, if you're on PlayStation and you know Spider-Man 2 is dropping that day, that's a decision, bro. Like that's a hell of a decision because it's like, do you go with the Avengers that day or do you go with Spider-Man 2, which is probably going to perform a lot better for you, especially as a streamer. It's like, that's tough. And then, again, Suicide Squad is on the rise, bro. Like, it's not going to get any prettier for them. It's not going to get any easier. In which you constantly, fell into, meet player expectations while at the same time lowering expectations because after seeing those cutscenes in Cloning Lab, it's like people are like, nobody should have high expectations for new content going into next year. Like, you're expecting cinematic grand cutscenes after that, either you weren't paying attention or you have the optimism of a saint or something because it's like, bro, am I rating? Yeah, NBA Dreams. We'll get to that in 1 second. I'm just wrapping this up now. So it's like, I wanted to show you guys again.
What it do, YouTube? It's your boy Chris Keon. I'm here with.
So this is the original vision for Cloning Lab. So if you can tell, this is what became No Rest for the Wicked. This is pretty much what became No Rest for the Wicked. They changed this puzzle and reworked that kinda into Cloning Lab that we got. But this is essentially where MODOK was sitting inside of. So this whole encounter and engagement is what became No Rest for the Wicked. This tube in here. This is where MODOK was sitting inside. This whole environment was just redesigned for No Rest for the Wicked. And again, it's like, was that the best decision? Because you essentially separated the mission into two compartments for two things that ultimately underwhelm, most players, especially from a story perspective. And then from there, it's like, this is the version of Cloning Lab that we got. And it's like, was this better? Was this better than the original vision for Cloning Lab? Because they said that the old version no longer met their standards in terms of quality and all of that. And it's like, this did. You get what I'm saying? It's like, it's just mixed messaging. And this is why I feel like it's kind of like a blessing that Brian is no longer like a front-facing developer, because it's like he kind of has a habit of saying things that don't really pan out. So it's like, how do I say this? Like the expectations that he set up for Bucky is like you set the expectation that his heroics is where he would shine the most, and it's like the only real unique heroic that he offered was his assault heroic, and it's like that's not what you communicated, that's not what you conveyed, and it's like that kind of stuff doesn't help. So saying stuff like, "Oh, this new version of Clone Lab doesn't meet our standards," and then you roll out something that looks like this, is like that's tough. You know what I'm saying? That's absolutely tough. You know, where are we at? So yeah, it's like this is tough, bro. It's a fun encounter, especially if you go in with underlevel gear and all of that good stuff. But again, it's like this this can't be the standard going forward. Is ultimately what I'm saying. This is something I've been saying for a while. If they found a way to bring some of the experiences that you get from playing the campaign into the multiplayer side of things, you would be on your way. So like the big fight when you're defending the helicarrier when Thor comes back, bring that encounter. Like it doesn't have to be the same mission. So it's like the helicarrier is under attack with Thor coming back, but hey, the helicarrier is under attack. This is a mission you and your friends have to jump into. Everybody has something different they have to do. So one person, we need you to take care of the generator or something like that. Another person, we need you to do this, that, and the other. But you're on the helicarrier. You're fighting on the helicarrier. Is dread bites, all of this good stuff. You get what I'm saying? That's the kind of encounters. These are the the kind of engagements that I feel like would help the game out long term. Something like this. Hey, protect this bridge. Stop the terrorists and protect the civilians or something like that. Mission design like that would go a long way in a game like this, bro. Like Iron Man, hey, chase those people. You get what I'm saying? We're not tethered to each other. We can fly around and do our own thing. So hey, the flyers, go chase those people. You get what I'm saying? While the Thor, you can literally remain there fighting enemies and doing your part of the task. You get what I'm saying? Bring that kind of experience to multiplayer, especially with you trying to go fully multiplayer going forward. Is like that's the kind of thinking that I would advocate for. But again, it's like it is what it is, and at this point it may be a little too late for all of that. But it's a it was a it's a thought is what I'll say. Okay, press that too many times. Yeah, I pressed it too many times. Got it. Well, yeah. Switching gears. It is reset time. Let me go back to the main menu so that I don't run into any issues. What is the event? So we got the Cosmic Threat event this week. Got a Captain America sale in the marketplace. Nearly all Captain America cosmetics are 50% off, including his MCU-inspired outfits. Triple XP for Captain America, and 50% off select takedowns. So going into the marketplace probably isn't going to load up for me. Nope. Oh, there we go. They actually let me in. Let's go. Yeah, you got cell shaded Captain America. Like I said, I'll probably wait for a sale. They need to quit adding button puzzles to these missions. No one likes hitting buttons at the same time. Yeah, like I said, I just think that's a way they look at it for adding like engagement, like giving players a reason to talk to each other and coordinate and things like that. Which, like again, it can be fun. It just it depends on what your idea of fun is, I guess. All right, let me check the vendor. Don't want the pop-ups all day. Gotcha. So yeah, guys, if you're playing Bucky, always make sure you check out the vendors to catch gear and catch sales. Scooping up all the nameplates that drop. All right, let me hit up Wakanda. Matter of fact, I can probably hit up a couple vendors because I do need stuff. Let's switch the drip. Let me see. Switch drip. And who picked up the White Wolf? Who got the White Wolf out of the shipments? All right, let's get some music going. With background vibes. I like this raft outfit. This is one of my favorites. This is definitely clean. I like this one. Got the high school looking drip. This one is alright. I like this one, the Frigid Tundra. I like this one as well. This is pretty cool. Of course, I got the MCU bundle, which is clean. You might rock the Prison Break. I picked up the White Wolf. Of course, I got it. Let's go. Like I said, I mainly got it because it gave me an excuse to I needed resources from the what's the name? I needed resources like modules, upgrade modules, and all of that stuff. So it's like any excuse to go in there and get that stuff. I'm with it. I got that one already. So check this out. You got a faultless buff. You got a shotgun on that does sonic, and you get increased damage from your signatures. I'm gonna scoop that. And on this one, you got vibranium grenades. You got a vibranium payload, and you get a willpower burst with precision, proficiency, and intensity. I'm gonna grab that. That one. Yeah, make sure you guys hit up the vendor. They definitely had gear in there. That's the same reason I got any of the upgrade modules. Yeah, like I said, it's definitely a good excuse to go in there and grab some stuff. So before we jump into Colonial Lab, I'll probably run a couple raids. If you need a raid or anything done, feel free to hop into the strike team. Let me see, go online so you can find me, and we can get it done. But again, appreciate you guys so much for hanging out today, man. And if you haven't already, slap that like. I'll do like I said, I got a Colonial Lab video that I'll break down for you guys later today. Showing you guys, just how it doesn't have to be as complicated with the whole puzzle aspect of that. Let me see. Nick Host, gotta go. I'll keep watching for more updates on the game. Take care. Appreciate that, Nick. Hope you have a good rest of your day, man. Ooh. I think I got this already, but I'll take it. I definitely need another one. Lori, can you join invites? If you send one, I should be able to get it. What's up, Nikita? All right, I got NBA Dreams in the strike team. So yeah, I need to run all of this stuff. We gonna run it all for him. We got a villain sector. We doing it all. Cosmic threat. Let's go. Defeat enemies with Winter Soldier. Soldier Tech nonsense. Defeat enemies with the airstrike, and defeat enemies while ultimate heroic is active. I can actually knock this. I'm gonna grind that because I want to see what pieces. I'm gonna wait to do that because I want to figure out what gear to get for him. So I'm gonna hold off on that. But yep, another great way to grind gear, guys. Do the events. That's how you level up. I just need what was I going to say? I just need minor artifacts. So hopefully the raids and OLT can get these to at least 150 or higher, and from there it's like I can go from there. I'm playing on PS5, Andrew. Alright, I'm hit up the Pacific Northwest to check out their vendors, and then we can hop into a raid. Who's in the strike team? Yeah, NBA Dreams right there. And when Black Tiger load up, we got it. Alright. Black Tiger, what's good, bro? Chillin'. Yeah. That's what I'm hoping, June. I'm hoping it scales, bro. Yeah, like if you look, bro, like I got a ton of 165 gear. I've been getting those drops since he came to the game. But I just need him for my ISOs. Once he gets leveled up, I'm taking him straight in the cloning lab. I'm aiming dead at MODOK forehead. Yeah.
That big AOE thing.
Yeah.
That pretty much one shot you. Yeah, like if you can't, like you can dodge it, but like the timing is so like fast. You either dodge it or you get away from it like kind of quickly.
Yeah, I like the MODOK boss fight. You know, it's just like that, especially if you go in underpowered.
Yeah.
Triple Valor.
There's some cool like things he has. Like there's like this like little missile thing that like I don't know what it is. It's like in the ground though, and it like follows a certain player all over the place.
Yeah.
Until it hits you or it disappears.
Yeah, he got a lot of cool mechanics added to him. Increase stun from power attacks. If this was precision, I was stupid. I got them all. Alright. What those raid pieces looking like? Let me show you. I've been seeing some really good pieces, June. Like, a couple people got them. Let me see. Do I got any raid pieces from them?
I saw one with he can get bullet destruction on the slot 1. So 20% increased damage to bullets, you know, stun, status, and stuff like that. Pretty good perk. I don't have it though.
Let me see. Special Ops Guardian. Yeah, this one. I got this piece from the raid. Discordant Shroud. I just needed precision on it. Hopefully I can get a better chest piece from the raid. This is hive mind gear. Insane assassin. And I forgot I had this piece. Because I've been running this one, but I usually swap it out for this piece. But yeah, this one only does grenades. This one, you know, it gives me vibranium bullets and gamma grenades, which I use for battery damage. And then, so yeah, I got this one from the raid. Knife and shotgun attacks deal vibranium damage. For anybody who is like you went into the raid with Bucky and you notice his vibranium bullets bounce off of the off the sonic shield. If you got vibranium on his shotgun, that pierces the shield. For anybody who is like,
oh, actually, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I got this piece yesterday, June. Knife and shotgun do sonic, and you get increased stun damage from knife attacks. And this one as well. Send that to the locker. Lock that down. And guys, if you let me see who else we got. All right, lunch is over. Back to work for me. All right, Fade, enjoy your day, man. All right, we got a full team. All right, everybody, elite ready. Let's do it. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out, chilling with me. I know I say that like 50 times a day, but I genuinely appreciate it, man, because this is the internet. You guys can literally be anywhere, but you here with me. Like I said, if you need raids and stuff like that, I'll try to get you through as many as I can. Because I need to run them. I need to run it with a lot of my heroes, like Hulk and Black Panther and Spider-Man and all of that stuff. So I'll probably
see the cowboy hat.
What'd you say?
I was gonna say, anybody else see my Black Panther with the cowboy hat?
Nah. Didn't he have a separate skin with that?
Yeah, I'm losing the one you got from the shipments a while ago, but like, yeah, this one, like every time I do the cutscene, he has like a white cowboy hat on. I mean, it looked fire, but like, yeah, he had that. It's like, I just find that interesting.
We can ready up if everybody ready. I need a cloning lab. I got you, Corey. Like I said, I'm gonna run on the raids and the OLT to try to get some gear. If I can get my Bucky to 175 this week, that'll be fine. Cause he definitely will be my go-to for cloning lab.
I like
But yeah, like for one tip I can give you for cloning lab, do your communication early. So like while you in the Quinjet, assign roles at that point. So figure out who's going where for the puzzle at that point. Don't do it right as you're getting to that part of the mission. I'll run Jam, but I need a regular raid for Bucky. I got you. I'll run a regular raid right after this, or right after cloning lab. I mean, not cloning lab, but the OLT. Since that also has a chance to drop on high level gear. Yeah, like guys, you can see like it's still like a little weird stuff going on with Bucky at times. Like his eyes like look kind of glossed over, foggy.
You about to cry?
Somehow biological.
Hey man, he's struggling with that programming.
Hey, I don't blame him. I'll be about to cry for way less.
Alright, let's hit it.
Nice of the weather to come out for us.
Yeah, like I love how his, you know, he doesn't make any sounds once he activates his intrinsic run. Like he going into assassin mode. See how my bullets is bouncing off of though? But if I get across. Let me up. Oh, must be under. A great live once again. I'll hit you up later. Appreciate that, Ferris. So as you can see, you can break through the barrier with the shotgun. You don't want to get caught thinking you got full auto on when you shot up a burst.
Let me try it. I'm gonna try it. Oh yeah, I see it. Yep. There's a way you can just spam the shotgun.
Yeah, like this. Just go in the air and just keep pressing it.
No, I'm talking about I'll show you in a second.
Oh, okay, you talking about something different. I thought you was talking about what I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it's just an intrinsic
You'll find everything is not none.
I looked at this.
Oh, you talking about the dodge and intrinsic shotgun?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
you can just spam it. Oh my goodness.
Alright, so once he comes down, I'll try to blaze through him.
Ow.
Alright, I knew that was about to happen. And they wasted my heroic. I get it right back. And as you can see, we got a old friendly bug with a health bar glitch.
Ow. Oh, fine. Okay.
The vibranium's mine.
Oh no. Chloe is turning mountain into a bomb. It will wipe Wakanda off the face of the earth.
Get to the trap. From there,
Alright,
we'll stop off.
I'll take bottom left.
I'll go right side.
How's it going? I'm just chilling, Calvin. Like I said, talking about Avengers earlier in the stream, and now we're over to playing Avengers. Charge the full auto cheese, cash please. And I'm pretty sure we'll be saying goodbye to that pretty soon, Bo. Which we definitely should, because it's like, that's broken. That's 100% broken. It's weird because there's people who are mad that that's getting patched out, but it's like, bro, that's completely broken. Alright, buttons up.
Alright, I'm purple here.
Who's the free man?
Oh man.
Black Tigers, AFK. Alright, give me 1 sec, I'll press the buttons. Don't shoot me. Let me press the buttons. Alright, give me 1 sec.
I can hear you.
Alright. Let me press the button.
Somebody goes.
Alright, Bubbles up. I don't know what happened to Black Tiger. He got kicked. Alright. Head back to Quinjet. Is this elite? Yeah. Bucky broke out of the raft to participate in the raid. He's literally top DPS in the game right now. I don't know how they didn't expect it to be patched. Yeah, it's like I said, you got to be out of touch with reality at this point. Because it's like, you know, objectively, it's like, yeah, that's too crazy for the game. June, right, you not streaming today, right, bro? You got some stuff to take care of. I think it's already fixed in 2.7.1. Surprised me. I didn't think you guys would get to it that fast, but not a surprise.
Yeah, that was on me. That wasn't like the game. That was like my actual internet that just crapped out on me.
No, you good, bro. Like I said, we wasn't too far into the mission anyway. We can restart it. But yeah, if it's patched already, enjoy it while you can. That's why I didn't bother doing a video on it, because it's like, one, I never do those kind of videos, but two, it's like they snatching that out. There's no way that's hanging around too long.
I was
As much as a sonic monstrosity can be alive. Yes.
Skip if we can. No, you good.
I was explaining to somebody, he was like, why don't they just like, how come they fix like those glitches faster than they do like, you know, some of the other ones that kind of persist? And I was explaining, I was like, because y'all put videos of them out. If you can find the root of a problem, like if you have like a 5-step thing to tell you how to do something, it's easier to find out what the root cause is, and whether like some random like glitch or something.
Yeah, that's why I try to explain to people, like, if the bugs, like the health glitch, I think there's still no definitive way of how that triggers and activates, which is why they have a hard time narrowing that down. But with like Cheese videos, you showing them exactly what to do. Like with the Bifrost glitch, it's like you show them exactly what the issue is, how to activate the issue, how to recreate it, and then they can fix it and make it so you can't do that anymore.
They be acting like it's like some extensive amount of work that has to be done. I'm like, no, you did all the like the actual work for them in the video, bro. It's like, it's not how that works.
Appreciate that, Brian. Appreciate you coming through the hangout. And Dr. Bo said that I think they got fixed as a byproduct of fixing functionality with the gun. Hey, like I said, I'm not overly attached to it at all. Like I'll cheese through a mission or something just to get through, but it's not a crutch.
Yeah.
It's crazy though. It's hilarious, especially like if you use it at the end of the raid to defeat Claw, because during the cutscene, Bucky is just shooting the whole time.
Just spraying. Yeah.
That's absolutely nuts, man. But like I said, it's fun for a second, but it's like the game, that's just completely like broken. Like I would get bored of that after like a week, honestly.
And that's what I was saying. Dude talking about, well, if they can't fix this other glitch, then they shouldn't fix that. I'm like, that's not how that works. That's just not how that works.
Yeah, it's like, I don't. When people being unreasonable like that, it's like I gotta let you just have it. I can't, there's nothing I can do or say to convince you otherwise. So it's like, whatever you say, man. You're right. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
Like, this is just too easy, bro. And it's like I prefer like the Modok mission is more fun when you have to struggle a little bit. So like if you don't wear your very best gear into the mission and fight them that way, you can actually have fun. It's like you have control over how you interact with the game. You can challenge yourself. You can handicap yourself a little bit if you want to. It's still fun.
Yeah. It's kind of why I was like more on the.
All right, Dr. Bro, appreciate you coming through, bro. Hope you have a good day at work as well. Again, guys, like I said, you never know when developers are listening and popping up. Let them know what you want, man. They frequent Reddit and the Discord and Twitter and all of that stuff. Let them know what you want. Man, that's hitting hard. I wasn't planning to go up here. That's not even anybody. How did he disappear?
Someone went around. I'm gonna air tracking.
Oh, we got it.
Thank you, Adored One.
Well, yeah, for anybody who just popped in, as you can see, we still can play Avengers. I'll be playing Avengers today, all day. So. Is it dead? You just heard a developer say he got to clock in, so he's still working on it. Damn, that hurt.
Ow. Ow.
Yeah, if you guys throw on this piece right here, and this second perk, it'll extend the protocol override every time you defeat an enemy.
Get to the tram. From there.
In fact, I'm gonna throw that on right now. I'll take bottom left again. Do you think they would make all the skins free to us players if and when the game is done? I don't know. I haven't considered that. That's a great question to ask a developer next time you see them. Possibly. I guess I mean, they're not selling it anymore. Back on the buttons. I can't wait to see people get upset when they patch the Bucky cheese. Bro, it's so weird. That's why I say, like, this game has the weirdest collection of people around it, bro. Cause it's like that's something that's so obvious. Like, they are definitely gonna patch that, bro.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I feel like a lot of people in this community only like the first video game ever, bro, or something. That's what I feel like.
I don't know, it's just like it's weird demands all across the board. It's like, bro, like that's something that I would think we would all be able to agree, like, this is pretty broken. Like, nobody intended on that. And it's like, I get it can be fun, but it's like it's not gonna be fun forever. It wouldn't be fun forever for me. Like I wouldn't enjoy that long term.
Because I was like, bro, it's like with that cheese, your build really doesn't matter much at this point. Like, you just turn that on, and it's like,
yeah, it's like, bro, like
W.
I still want to test my build out.
Those were exactly my words.
Yeah, there's a unique animation right here, guys. Nobody else in the game does that. So he's not 100% clone. I got you. Overkill.
Right. Also, explaining to somebody like what an Echo character actually is. He's like, oh, Bucky's an Echo because he has Captain America combo, and I'm like, that's not like an actual Echo is like a 1-to-1, but like a different skin over it. Like there's no like, I'm like Bucky's are all like, even his combos are like remixed in some capacity, so it's not exactly the same.
It's like I said, I get it. I get wanting stuff to be a certain way and wanting certain things, but it's like, you know, if you know that there's limited resources for the game, it's like you kind of gotta dial it back somewhat, bro. Like you gotta chill with the demands and all of that, while knowing that certain stuff just isn't feasible for this team at this time. All right, buttons up.
Oh, come on, bro.
I got you.
Alright.
Alright, bubbles up.
Oh, let me check my inventory before.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. Let me make sure I got some free slots.
Alright, I'm good.
June, I never got that piece, bro. That piece from the Red Room event, the daily. I never got it, bro. Like, and I grinded that for a couple days. Like, I never even saw it. Like, it never even appeared. That's how rough it was. Yeah, they giving me the two skeleton at a time.
You should have learned your lesson, Claw. Wakanda does not fall to invade us. Ever.
I did it all the days, and I didn't get it. Unfortunate.
With vibranium.
Not if we have anything to say about it.
Which piece? I keep getting the damn chest piece. Yeah. Bro, it's bad. Like, shit, you got it a couple times. You were just getting bad stats. I didn't see it, bro. Like, it never appeared. Like, if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't even know that piece exists. Like, it did not appear at all. It was like, alright, I just gave up. Like, alright, man. I was gonna grind for it this morning, but I decided to go ahead and do a stream talking about Miller. Rockstar, you can get up. We're gonna go right first. Jane is gonna take care of the left.
I guess don't do that. Never mind.
Yeah, I got you. And we solve puzzles over here. We don't die for no reason.
I was telling folks, like, it's actually faster to just do the puzzle.
Yeah. It's like, we already, don't do the buttons, right? It's like, I can do the puzzle. Come on, man. There we go. All right, Cap, let's have a race. I'll race you to this point back here. Ready, set, go.
He's not even entertaining it.
How does it feel to be the
Cap can keep up with him. He just can't keep it up as long because his intrinsic runs out. Come on, man. So if the buttons aren't working, do a jump, and that'll kind of help out a little bit. I don't know why. I guess it helps the legs register for some reason. Yeah, like we run across it and it doesn't work initially. Just
gotta stretch a little bit.
I should thank you.
It's like you can run across that thing forever and it just won't do anything.
No, he pulled me in.
Alright, you guys up.
You can't stop me. Not anymore.
Man, is it a way to get up to 100 shots on the on full auto?
I've seen somebody get to 90. I haven't seen 100 yet.
Man, because I was hoping to see at least I feel like he should have more base rounds. Like what is his base like without any upgrades and stuff? Like I feel like his base should be 60, and then you just kind of work your way up from there.
Yeah, I see that. He just ran right. Okay.
I got you. Alright, NBA Dreams on the way back. But yeah, if you follow the channel, you know I was extremely happy to see this move right here. When I saw him get the kick, I was like, let's go.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, I was in the harm room like a little kid on Christmas.
Bro, when I saw that kick, I was like, cause I had gave up hope. I was like, they not gonna do it. They gave, you know, something similar to Jane, and it's like, nah, bro.
Yeah.
Put the kick in there. Appreciate the revive. But yeah, like I said, guys, Bucky is actually really useful in the raid as well. Like for all parts.
Extremely.
Especially with the cheese. You put a little cheese on top. He can solo.
Little shredded cheese.
Yeah, a little Parmesan cheese on top. You good? Little Gruyere. Buttons up. And go.
A friend of mine said that some of the crashing could be a byproduct of the game not being able to like actually handle the Bucky cheese. I was like, actually, that could actually be a thing because I've only crashed like since this update. I've only crashed when using Bucky. And it only started after I started using the cheese, so I don't know. I might be onto something.
I don't know. Like I don't think I've experienced any real crashes with them. Maybe like one or two maybe.
I've crashed twice. Yeah. Yeah. It's only happened after that the cheese stuff situation.
All right. Black Tiger, you handle the bottom with call outs.
Alright.
NBA Dreams, you do your thing. You handle up top, and I'll help you out with the vibranium.
I can't let you do that.
Avengers, hurry! One of you needs to operate the machine from the base.
The Trident.
Alright. Let's Trident. Man, didn't see that coming.
Oh, 4.
Alright, 4. Got it. What's the next one?
Down arrow. I'm just start saying arrow because the other direction.
Fish.
Fish. Got it.
Yep. It's actually H.
GG's.
Yep. And that right there is like
I did the raid and the
one of
Omega
main
threat
reasons.
and still didn't level up. What am I doing wrong? If you're not leveling up, are you upgrading your gear? So you get higher level gear and you have to put that on, or you have to upgrade the gear you currently have on. Like, let me show you. So like I got a 165 piece, and I can use that to upgrade pieces like this from 140 to 165, or I can put this piece on, and that'll take me to 165.
Where are you?
You go ahead.
All right, so Jane, you took the far platform. All right, Bucky, you stay put. I'll help you get across in a sec. All right, you good?
Like in that last room, that's like one of the main reasons I like this game, because like I feel like it's the only game where you can play with like, you know, other people and actually have like Cap and Bucky fighting side by side, you know, stuff like that is cool.
All right, Cap, you should be able to get across. I couldn't see his marker. All right, no, you went the wrong way, bro. Okay, you stay there then. Come here. So you stay in the middle. I'll help you get across. You set me up for failure. I was wondering what went wrong. I'm like, what hell? All right, stay there. I'll let you know when to go across, and it's gonna be a button up top that you stand on so I can get across. So when you get up here, stand on that button. I'll let you know when I'm across. You'll see the platform start glowing blue, and that's when you hop across. All right, so stand on that button up top. It's only gonna take me a second to get across. All right, one. All right, get out of there. All right, let's get to the buttons.
I almost thought he wasn't gonna make it. I was gonna say it.
If I can't have vibranium, no one can.
What's up? While I'm cautiously optimistic and have tempered my expectations, I think they can turn it around. They just need a win. Patrol mode could be it. I think they would have to have a desire to turn it around. Buttons ready?
Yep.
All right, I see you, NBA Dreams. Go. He was invisible. I'm like, what the hell? All right, NBA Dreams, you get the buff, and we'll take it from there. Been stuck at 151 with Winter Soldier. They gave me skill gear, so I got rewards, just not higher level gear. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, I don't know what the I will hope it works out for you this reset. But like, as I can show you, with my ISOs, that's been scaling to a degree. Like they're only upgrading 1 or 2 power levels, so it's like that's scaling the way it's supposed to. But everything else, I've been getting 165 pieces since he dropped. I think it happens if you ran the OLT with them before you did anything else. Like if you did the Omega level threat once you got them to 150 before doing any other raids. I think that's what unlocks it. But you know, it's like that's just a theory.
An anti-missile task has arrived from the boat.
Alright, you coming back around to this door? Or did you need down arrow?
Are you coming?
Alright. Hopefully we got enough time. Like some never even spawned in. So he thought he was cool, tried to run up on the boss, he got dealt with. Yeah, the last one just spawned in. Alright, he's coming back. I had to step away for a bit. Is this still the first raid? Yeah. We had to restart, but this is our well, our second run technically. This is our first full playthrough though. It's so crazy that that's crazy because I crash every time I do the super adaptoid with Bucky. What's my power level? 169.
Let us see what I can do, shall we?
Let's see what gear I got from that. Yep, just random drops. Skip if we can, or when we can.
Yeah, it won't let me still.
That's on me. Alright. Alright, Cap, take over. Look forward to playing today to level up a bit. I got you. I didn't get him as much as I wanted to.
I want to kill him.
Get in the circle. Hopefully we roll inside the circle. Nope. Alright, just let him in. Just let him in the circle. And down.
Oh shit.
Now, who got kicked?
NBA.
That's tough. We should be able to finish it. Man, we really could use a Strider. Alright, Cap, take cover. Bro, what the? Everybody getting me. Let's go.
It's just shooting.
Yeah. Don't let up. Let them have it. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever get that lucky. Alright, guys, place your bet. If we do get one of the following heroes, who is it going to be? Ironheart or Rhodey? I'm fighting for War Machine. I'm fighting for War Machine all day. Like, I'm spreading that message all around. Yeah, I saw you, NBA Dreams. I'll run another one with you, bro. Alright, so I should have 2 new pieces.
That was so loud in my ears.
As you can see. Hopefully once I hit 150, they'll start dropping 160 pieces or something.
I guess ready?
Almost. Oh, this is almost.
Yeah, you can go. I'm ready. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Let me go ahead.
Come closer. I have something for you to hear.
Or were you playing that drop 165 pieces early for you? I played the OLT the week that he dropped. And that's it, did it for me. And the seizure warning, if anybody has problems with seizures or anything like that, I promise I forgot to let you guys know about that. I got you, dog.
Your screams will be music to my ear.
It set me up. Go to the back. I knew he was coming for me. I guess it depends who the higher ups are. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick Ironheart. I'm trying to push, as hard as I can, the idea that that's a bad idea. So, like I said, I try to get that in the ear as much as possible. Like that's not the way, bro. That is not the way, and that's not even War Machine bias. It's just like, bro, like that's not the win you're looking for.
Wow. Will take no more.
Let me grab some. You took out the one on the other platform?
No, actually.
Cap, you made it to the back?
Oh no, I'm
You
trying.
getting there?
Alright.
Getting there.
It's just the same thing keeps getting in my damn way.
Thank you, sir. guess he said that was enough for that. I ain't hard on this game. It's not heat. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, don't get me wrong. I feel like if they did bring her to the game, she would be fun to play. I'm pretty sure they're gonna do something to make her as unique as possible. But it's still, it's like you. That's not what you want to do, bro. That's not what you want to do.
What's up?
I always get the timing wrong on that.
I feel like it'd be like mad dope if they were to like drop Captain Marvel with War Machine. Like there are a couple. Man, I feel like that'd be like the best thing they could do.
Yeah, that. But I learned more about that, what actually go on behind the scenes. It's like, yeah, two people at the same time, just it's not gonna happen.
I know that's not gonna happen, but like that'd probably be like the best thing.
Yeah, that would be huge. And it's like if you can outsource one of them, yeah. But apparently they don't want to do that, or that's not the best option for them right now, I guess. All right, let me try to get some help. I got down at an inopportune moment. Alright, Cap. And the clones are coming soon, should be. Yeah, I got the clones. Alright. So we got them now. Whichever, whoever the clones are targeting, will spread out.
Yeah.
And the other one can cheese them. They look to be targeting me. All right, you can take Claw.
All right. Oh shit.
Yeah, they're coming towards me. That's fine.
Ow. Okay.
I got you.
I'm all caught up.
Alright, I'm about to close it. Holy shit. And that man is getting blazed as we speak, but if we can skip. Like, how could you want that long term? Like, bro, that's ridiculous. This man is still shooting. Legend has it, he's still shooting to this day. Yeah, that's our first Elite Raid run for the day. Got some gear.
Damn, I almost had it.
Bullets and grenades. Let me see.
I almost had it.
Oh, I got a bullet and
Just have Valor on it, it'd be perfect.
Okay. So yeah, like I'm getting decent pieces.
I got bullet destruction and knife destruction on the same piece. You just don't got Valor. It would be beautiful.
Yeah, that's how it crumbles sometimes. NBA Dreams, if you want to hop back in, you can. I'll do a quick OLT. I know you said you need a regular raid as well. I think he's dead, Buck. Yeah, he definitely gave that man the business. So switch over to this, and then, like I said, I got you guys covered. We'll hop into some cloning labs after we run
Oh, let me switch you up one.
Yes. So as soon as NBA Dreams jump in, we can run through the Adaptoid and keep it moving. So I just need 150 pieces and I'm good for these, and then I can get to 165 on them. The only thing slowing me down, like I was so ready to get into Cloning Lab with Bucky when I first saw those 165 pieces dropping for him.
Mm-hmm. Do I eat this?
Send me an invite, just boot it up again. Gotcha.
Such a good roll, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I got you, Corey. As soon as we get ready for Cloning Labs, I got you. And again, appreciate everybody who's been rocking with me, especially if you've been rocking since the beginning of the stream. If you can, drop a like, definitely helps. I see we almost at 200 likes. NBA Dreams loading up now. We can blow through this part. For anybody who's new and like you're looking for like cool little tips and tricks for Bucky, if you go to your mastery tree, you know, once you make it to this part, if you activate munition specialist, this changes the way his grenade functions. So it adds a charge that draws in enemies, but when you activate that and you use it on the cages that hold the Inhumans, it actually unlocks the cage immediately. So you can shoot one grenade at the cage and it'll unlock that whole puzzle. So I'll show you guys how that works once we get into the mission. All right, he's here. Ready up. That nameplate Dr. Rockstar got for Hulk, it reminds me of a Ninja Turtle. Every time I look at it, I just think of like Raphael.
I see the video.
I just did it with regular grenades. Yeah, the regular grenades don't work for me for some reason. I'll test it out. Appreciate that, Corey. Like I said, I got you straight into the strike team. You already got your spot reserved for Cloning Lab. Appreciate you being willing to run and support as always, man. We're gonna switch it out. Bucky been running around out the route for the longest. We'll show off the White Wolf. The White Wolf has rested long enough.
For a treat. See you in
I figure. He thought he had one. Take the L.
Time for target practice.
Check a piece real quick.
aim squad dead ahead.
Range grenades.
Well done. Keep going.
Man, I wish they would add like a target practice mini game or something. Like you can go in there and compete with people. Like going in there competing with Hawkeye and Bucky would be amazing. That power combo hits like a ton of bricks. Yeah, bro. That's probably my favorite thing. Like I didn't even conceptualize that was a possibility for you guys to add in, you know, something like that for him. But it works so well for him. Like it 100% fits. And then this definitely comes in handy. And if you add shock to it, that's pretty cool. Let me see.
I actually have, I think I have it over here. I got it. Yeah, it's right here.
So yeah, you add shock on there. You can get some cool things, cool effects, especially mixing it with the leak effect that you get from the gear, the raid gear.
I got this one with
I use that and jackhammer combo. Yeah, and the fact that you can combo into it from this air signature is like that. Definitely helps. I was so happy when I found that out. So you do that, go down, and then you combo into that. Like I've come up with a couple ways to play with them. I've definitely had them in the harm room. Do we got a flyer? Nope. All right. I'll grab some time. Well, yeah, it's like, I know a lot of people want just like new missions along with new heroes and stuff like that all the time, but it's like, for me, like the when you get a new hero, that makes the old missions a little more, you know, it adds a sense of refresher to it.
Yeah.
Like it's fun to go through and play it with them, just to experience it from a different perspective.
A bigger convoy lies up ahead. Follow the ridge and
Not saying that, you know, that is to say like, well, we don't need new content in place of that or anything like that. I'm always down to, you know, get new content and missions and villains and all of that good stuff. But this kind of helps hold me over a little bit, is what I'm ultimately saying.
to open the cell.
See, my regular grenades don't do that. Let me fix it though. So if you go to this, go to munition specialist, and now I can get it done. I just went down.
I got you.
Like, how many games do you get to see the Hulk jump out of nowhere and thunderclap while you down? It's like that's why people stick around with this game, because it's offering something you don't find everywhere else. Like this, you can't just turn on another game and get this experience, and that's why people are so like kind of locked into it.
Hi. Any chance you guys are just gonna let me open a tape call today? Nope. Do yourself. You know what? I'm just gonna take you out and do it anyway.
I tried to time that. I used that for no reason.
Updating your HUD with the location of a large AIM mech nearby. Head there immediately.
Wasted heroics. It's all good. I'm back. Appreciate that, Abstract Galaxy. Like I said, we just ran the raid, and now we're running through the OLT. Hopefully I can get the pieces I need. If I can get a 165 ISO from this, I will be a happy man. Because I'm definitely gonna run it again if I do. If I do, so I can get it again. Well, no, that means I'll have a higher chance of getting it from the raid. Alright. So for this part, you can just prep for these. Take out most of these pretty quick.
Project Omega is blocking these tachyon storms. AIM has been using time travel to speed the process up. The weapon is stop the apocalypse. Or at least...
Dad, it's tearing you
So is Avengers done? Oh no, we playing it right now. As far as what's going on with it in 2023, right now we got a rumor that there's a plan to cease development, but you know, as all rumors, you know, take that with a grain of salt. It's not official. The company hasn't made any official statements about their future plans for 2023. So, you know, just vibe and play Avengers. But yeah, if somebody can post a link to Miller's article in the chat for me. That's what we're referencing. I broke down the whole article earlier on stream. But yeah, you just, you know, it's one, if you've been around the community for a while, you've been hearing the rumor of the game shutting down for the longest, so it's like you should be kind of desensitized to it at this point. But you know, Miller, he does, you know, have credible sources, so it's like I don't doubt that that's probably been a discussion, but again, like until it's something that's officially announced, then you know, it's like just take it with a grain of salt. Plans can change, you know, development can change, situations can change, people can change. You never know what's really going on until, you know, they say something definitive either way. But like I said, if you want the game to continue, be vocal about that. Discord is a good place to reach out to them, as well as Reddit and Twitter. I guarantee you'll get a lot farther if you're not, you know, being like overly toxic about it. But you know, like you can start a petition. I was telling chat that earlier. If you start a petition and want support for it, I'll definitely sign it and promote it for you. But you know, that's about all you can do at this point, and just enjoy the game for what it is as it is right now. And try not to get too caught up in, you know, what's coming or what's not coming. I don't think it's gonna get shut down. Avengers never dies. They never say die attitude. Like I said, I'm playing it till the wheels fall off, and even then, I'll still be able to play it.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know if you guys saw that, you know, you get a bug with Bucky's legs during some emotes. To fix that, switch to another emote, and then you can switch back to the one you want, and that should fix it. If not, let me see.
Of a friend.
If not, you can dance around a bit, you know, pull out your weapon and all that good stuff. That'll fix it. Like I said, I know it's cool to show off the bugs and stuff like that, but you know, usually it's something simple to fix. It's a graphical error. How did I get behind that?
Well, look, timelines are in flux. Destroying the bridge.
There's a loot bot over here.
Oh no, don't do the loot
I
bot.
haven't exactly done this before.
I don't know. He looking real enticing right now. I need to upgrade my. No, I ain't gonna kill him. I ain't gonna kill him.
You can do it, bro. Like I make that joke every time because I keep having to clean out my locker. But it's like when I delete that gear, it does give me resources, so it's like I'm all for it.
No, because my team that I normally play with, they be like, no, don't do it. I'll be like, I'm gonna do it. I'm good.
Like I said, if you need the gear, get it. And like I said, I gotta clean out my locker anyway, so it's like this. That's fine. But no sniper skills to use. Yeah, it's like you can just chill in the cut with Bucky. Like you don't have to be all in the action if you don't want to. Dang, Kate, let me press my own button, Kate. Taking over my button.
I have a friend who's like in like the corporate business side of things, and like he was giving his like whole like opinion on like the shutting down thing, and he was saying that like he feels like it doesn't really make too much sense for them to shut down, especially like so soon after an acquisition, because he was like, Embracer is going to want like some compensation, some money back for making the purchase they made, especially from getting like the Marvel license and stuff like that. So he was saying that like from a business standpoint, he was like it wouldn't really make too much sense to like shut the game down like so soon, but anything can happen. But.
Yeah, appreciate you posting that article, Vape. Yeah, from the way I look at it is like this. So they've already announced that they know the reason for them making the acquisition of Crystal Dynamics and the other studios is because of the other IPs. I don't think they were necessarily targeting Avengers. They were targeting like Tomb Raider and Legacy of Kain and things like that because those games have long-term potential that Avengers doesn't have right now because the narrative and the branding, the brand is kind of tarnished right now, where people are still optimistic and looking forward to a new Tomb Raider. So it's like they're gonna make their money back with Tomb Raider. That's where they expect their investment to pay off. But it's like it. I think Crystal Dynamics is managing Avengers themselves right now. So it's like whatever they choose to do or don't do with Avengers, I think Embracer is leaving that solely up to them. Because they like, hey, well, you know best. It's your project. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's no skin off their neck either way. They own the studio. So it's like, it is what it is. They're just a parent company. Like, they're not, publishing the game themselves. It's like, if it's, with Crystal Dynamics being, having to balance supporting Avengers while also trying to get Tomb Raider off the ground, while also supporting not Tomb Raider, Perfect Dark, is like, if Avengers is causing more problems than it's worth at this point, I 100% understand and can see the logic in discontinuing support for it. But again, it's like a few simple tweaks and changes could, just change things. Like, again, I feel like you definitely have to change your business model. So I appreciate that they didn't charge for anything other than marketplace items, but if the game is going to have a long-term future, you have to change that business model. Like, those operations and campaigns, you can sell those right now, like, to new players. So, like, go free to play, and then, in order for people to have access to that content, you just have to, pay for those operations and everything. That generates content. I mean, that generates revenue. And you can't say that stuff isn't worth paying for because that's arguably the best asset the game has.
Yeah.
And again, that money can, fuel resources behind the team just from a profit standpoint. So that funds future development because, hey, we're selling content that's already in the game because, people are getting the game for free. So it's like you don't have to pay for anything up front. And if you don't want to pay for that stuff, you can still play the game as is. You can still jump in and play multiplayer. You might not have access to certain heroes and things like that, but you'll still be able to play with the core cast and things like that. So it's like there's a way to make that work. You just have to put a little time and a little thought into it and communicate these changes. That's the biggest thing. Communicate those changes are going to be a thing, so the community is aware. They know what they're in store for. It's, you're not being accused of anything, because I feel like they've done a lot of good, like to kind of show goodwill towards the players that gets overshadowed by poor decisions in other regards that get highlighted by a community of people who tend to focus on anything negative they can gain from, you know, attention from the game. So like, you know, the fact that content is free gets overshadowed by, oh, well, they tried to sell XP boosters last year, and oh, they're greedy. And it's like, bro, this game isn't making half the amount of money that they can, but it's.
I was thinking, like a good like example of a business model they could like kind of replicate that kind of still gets like gives like free content is Warframe, because Warframe, the way they make their money is, well, one, they sell like premium currency, but like when they release a new character, like you can like play for free, like you get every character completely for free, but you have to like do a lot of legwork to get there, or you could just buy them outright. And like if they came over like a farming method or something, or for heroes, where like it would take you like a hot minute, or it don't gotta take you that long, but like you have to, like if you want them immediately, like when you log in the game, you gotta pay for them.
Right.
But you still can't get them eventually.
What's up, Fetty? And AJ, keep that feedback coming. I got you.
Yeah, that's a good message.
AJ, I actually have a pretty good idea, and you can 100% take credit for it, bro. Like if this will get you some, you know, a little bit of clout or something at the studio, definitely run with it. But hold on, let me take care of this dude.
Has control of the bridge. We can't open it again unless we get
Put
it
bro on the
back.
pack.
See that? You don't even need the cheese.
Yeah.
The cheese doesn't need to be a crutch. You can still beat the game regularly. just play it. You got a Hulk on your team. You don't have to worry about much. But challenge cards. Challenge cards.
Yeah.
New challenge cards for existing heroes would be a great way to, you know, add a new avenue of monetization for the game. And like, I know the idea of making new heroics for heroes has been a thing, or new artifacts that unlock, you know, new heroics. Add that artifact at the end of that challenge card to incentivize purchasing it. There's more money for the game. Like, as you guys can see, I got another 165 piece. Hopefully I got it. Yeah, they got me up to 150. So cool.
That was actually a pretty good idea, actually, because like you could because like if it's at the end of the challenge part, it could still be on like the free terms of the reward track. But if you want to get it like fast, then yeah, you would have to like buy your way through the challenge card, and then that would
so like, you know,
definitely get some money out some content creators.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, if you want to stick with the giving back free credit strategy, it's like, I guess so. But it's like, yeah, just a new minor artifact, a couple new skins and recolors and stuff like that. That stuff would be cool. But it's like, I know as of right now, that's a big challenge, especially when you're talking about all the heroes, because it's like you got to put time and dedication into the skins that you're adding for those heroes. That's easier to do for a hero that's coming to launch than a hero who's already been in the game. But you can also just kind of include skins that may not have sold as well, or like recolors and stuff like that. So it's like, this is another place you can add those skins that people can pay for and work towards, you know, unlocking and things like that.
Yeah, like a season, like how, like, you know, like how other games like Fortnite shit got like seasonal battle passes and stuff like that. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, just something to workshop. Yeah. Like I said, I know spitballing ideas outside of the team doesn't, you know, that doesn't account for all the other things that you have to factor in for that. But if it's something you can work from the ground level up, you know, it's like, hey, have at it. What's my power level? Let me show you. I'm 169. So, let's do a regular raid. Let me see if I can get that other piece from my minor artifact, and then we can move on to doing cloning lab. Getting gear drops. So like you just saw that I got 165 pieces from the OLT. That's all it is. There's nothing I'm doing. There's nothing I can do on my end. There's nothing I can tell you to do. It's completely random. It's not intentional. The intention is for you to level up, 2 levels at a time. But for whatever reason, it's, that's how it worked out. I'm not mad at it. Trying to hurry up and get the cloning live anyway, but it's like, yeah, there's nothing I can tell you on my end and be like, oh, well, do this. The only thing I can tell you is I started getting 165 gear pieces by running the OLT first. So if you just starting to level up Bucky and you haven't done the raid or the Omega level threat yet, try doing the OLT first, and hopefully that helps you. All right, everybody ready? We got an Iron Man and 3 Buckies. Yeah, as you can see, I'm not the only person at 168. Some other people got lucky too.
But we need to know what we're dealing with before we follow you inside.
We will go in through the original entrance to the mountain.
Some bugs appear for random installs. Yeah, it's like it's networking stuff. It's stuff they can't account for because they don't even know that's going to be a thing. They can only try to address it on the back end, which they do, which is why you have a patch coming soon.
Yeah,
that's like, we gotta be reasonable with them. That's all I'm saying. Like, you can't want them to make new heroes, new content, and fix bugs, and do this, do that, do this, do that. It's like, it's only so many people on the team. It's only so many hours in a day.
Corrupted vibranium. Is it?
Work with them. Yeah. They're doing what they can.
Biological.
Claw has become the living
I always get annoyed at like the lazy allegations. It's like I highly doubt that this is their lazy, bro.
Bro,
It's a lot to do.
Like I said,
The weather to come out for us.
I don't combat every narrative that spreads around the game. So like people calling the developers lazy, I just try to give context as to why that's not a fair label to slap on somebody, especially in an industry as hard as game development. Like,
Yeah.
even something as simple as doing data entry for that is like, that can be quite time consuming, bro. It's like it's just coming from a place of not understanding. Like, you don't understand what you're saying or what you're talking about, and it's easier to just say stuff without actually having context or understanding of what you're actually talking about. I gotta bring myself into the mode. Like, that's why I really want to get them in cloning lab, because I want some of that cloning lab gear to be able to apply status on his melee, so I can be inclined to do melee a lot more. Because right now I'm focusing on applying status where I can.
Yeah. Say, after I finish like my range build, I'm gonna start focusing on a melee build where he's like in the ultimate for a lot of time, because his knife attacks, like status on his knife attack count and his ultimate. So like you will do status on every hit if you have like a status on your knife.
But yeah, Loyal, you get it. Like, if this was a regular IP, like if this was something Crystal Dynamics created themselves and you don't have the Marvel IP attached to it, nobody would be criticizing this game as harshly as they do. Nobody wouldn't be making articles and videos for clout. Like, nobody would be doing half of the stuff you see happening for this game. But because it's Marvel, and Marvel is a mega property right now, it's like, this is where you are with it. But it's like, it's good because, again, that passion is what has kept this game around when arguably it probably would have been shut down a lot sooner if it was a regular IP, like you saw with Anthem. It's like, it's a reason people are so invested. This game has a lot of potential, and with Bucky Barnes, I can guarantee this game can be the greatest game on this earth. Yeah, I'm not. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't celebrate any game shutting down because, again, that's people worked on that. Like, people, that's somebody's job. It's like, there's just certain stuff I don't think people really take into consideration when talking about certain stuff. It's like, rooting for this game to die. It's like everybody on this project might not, move right over to another project. Their, financial future might be in jeopardy or something like that. Like, you don't know. Like, you gotta consider stuff like that. There we go. All right, what's the big one? So yeah, the elite raid is a lot more stable than the normal raid. Guys, try coming over here. Let's see if it'll get them to drop down by the door.
Signs on all of us and kill us all.
Yep. Sometimes this will help them spawn. I don't know.
You land on me, I'm definitely dying.
There we go.
He did it. I actually did not.
He dodged it. He ultimate. Yeah, it's like I love Bucky's takedowns too. It's like that's why I say like dismissing him as just a clone of Captain America and Black Widow is like that's so disingenuous, bro. It's crazy, and it's a discredit to what they actually did to make him stand out. Like to say that as if he has nothing unique or fun to offer is like that's cap.
From there, we will stop Claw.
I'll take bottom left again.
I'll go upper right.
I mean,
Dude,
Fortnite was doing, like I said, Fortnite is a beast at this point, and it's like I don't even play Fortnite, but it's like I recognize what they got going on over there. And at this point, Fortnite can have anybody they want affiliated with them included. So they just did something with Destiny. They just got the Hulk. They got anime characters in there. Like Fortnite is going to be big no matter what.
I was just playing Fortnite last night.
Alright, got you. Come on, man, get off my neck. There we go. Bubbles up. Yeah, it's weird that like people will say like, oh, well, you're making excuses for the developers. It's like, bro, these are people who work at a job, bro. Like, damn, that's like over criticizing the guy at Burger King. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, a man just working. Like, half of the stuff you mad about is not that man's fault. Like, why? Relax, relax.
They're going after the wrong people, honestly.
That's like
Yeah.
Like I said, if a developer is online selling you false hope or something like that, then yeah, I get it. But the guy who's animating, animations for this game and different character stuff, it's like, what you mad at him for? What did he do?
It's not like they have like a Ronnie 2K on their team or something. Like
Ronnie 2K.
Yeah, no, that's why I would understand. Like I would understand if they got a Ronnie 2K on their team for promoting false stuff that's on the game. That I understand, but it's like, come on, guys. Like, you guys are pointing the wrong finger at. Like,
The Ronnie 2K is crazy.
But that's what I'm saying. Like even with the
and
2K
he's still
comparison,
running business, man.
That's
the craziest
hilarious.
thing, that he's still in business.
you got the people who are overly criticizing this game will go play 2K. with no complaints.
Yep.
And
Yep.
call this game greedy. It's like, bro, what are we doing?
It's sad. Yep.
So it's like, it's not like we don't have other stuff to compare this to. It's like, your standard for gaming isn't as high as you think it is. It's like, especially if you've been complaining about every update this game is released, but you keep showing up looking for new updates. It's like, I don't think your standards are as high as you think they are. If I go to a restaurant and they get my order wrong every time I come there, it's like, I'm not coming back here, bro. Like, I don't care what's on the menu next week. I'm not coming back here. You never get it right. Oh man, somebody got kicked. All right.
Yeah, let me see how they go.
It's at the beginning.
Yeah.
Is that the reason why people? I don't know if that's the reason, but is it? You know, I don't know if you guys heard with people that like restarting like the game. Like no, I'm sorry, reloading the game, the checkpoint
mission
before they run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I said, I feel like you're gonna get bugs either way. NBA Dreams, you know the vibes, bro. We're not stressing on it. Whenever you get back situated, just let me know. I'll send an invite. Like I said, I just want a 150 piece. That's really what I need. And I'm hoping they can change the reward system for the raid, like when you do replays, to where you still have a chance to get a minor artifact drop. Because if you get a gear piece that scales and then a minor artifact that scales, that's better than nothing.
Yeah, I was saying this for a while now, but yeah, it'd be cool if subsequent rewards like still gave you the same amount of pieces. They just wouldn't you just don't get the power boost, but you still get if you run it again, you get 3 pieces or whatever.
Yeah.
Make it easier to farm.
Matter of fact, we can switch up. Corey, you still here, bro? If you still here, I can get you in. We can do a quick cloning lab run. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about with the puzzle. So if Corey's still here, we'll switch over to cloning lab. If not, NBA Dreams, I'll send you another invite and we can run back through. All right, Corey, hop in the strike team, bro. We can switch over to cloning lab. Do a quick run of that. As you can see, like I got so many people. Like Spider-Man, he went back down to 173. I got Hulk back to 173. He's back at 167. She's back at 165. She's back at 174. It's like I got work to do. I got some work to do, but I'm willing to do it. What are we rocking today? I finally got his top brass skin from the shipments. Like, man, those skins are impossible to get. It feels like.
Yeah.
We're gonna go cosmic. I haven't rocked this one in a long time. And let me make sure I got space for the new gear. As you can see, I got a couple new 167 pieces. I think I got one in upgraded this piece, but I think I got another piece in the locker, and I don't think I got a heroic piece yet. And I got one minor artifact at 167. But yeah, the gear it comes with some cool new changes. Not this piece per se. So yeah, like look at the first perk. Defeating an enemy with melee power attacks adds 8 plasma nanite augments to your hero. So when you build those up, when you build up the nanite augments, that allows you to apply that status effect with each light melee attack. And that's huge, especially for people like the Hulk, because again, you can do a lot. Dr. Rockstar, you got anybody at 175?
No, that's what we're gonna tell you guys. Go find somebody that does.
All right. Yeah, hop out. I'll get you back in on the regular raid run. Appreciate you running with me.
Yeah, thanks for the help.
NBA Dreams, you can hop back in. I know you got somebody at 175. Matter of fact, I'll send you an invite. I got you. But yeah, it's like, that's another thing you guys should appreciate. Like, they work to make it where you can still play with, PS4 and PS5 players, like, cross-platform. That's not hard. That's not easy for them to do, and that actually has caused more of a headache behind the scenes than it's probably worth. But they stick it out, for you. Where a lot of other games, they had, the benefit of hindsight, or the benefit of actually watching Avengers mistakes, and they're like, hey, well, we're gonna forego, last gen and just focus solely on current gen. And a lot of players are locked out of games, so it's like a lot of people can't play Gotham Knights right now if you only have a PS4 or Xbox One. You can't play Midnight Suns because that's not out yet for older consoles. So it's like, again, they've shown that they care about your experience and that they want you to be able to play. They want as many people to be able to play as possible, and I don't think that's something they get due credit for. Let's see.
My bad. I went to my inventory.
No, you good, bro.
It kicked me out. I did it by accident. I got a really good artifact from the OOT for Panther. It had like might, resilience, and valor, and it's like assault gamma boost and percussive blast cryo boost. So it's like activating percussive blast gives you 4. Any enemy hit with percussive blast gives you 4 Nanite augments, and then on activation and each enemy hit with King's Mercy adds 6 gamma Nanites to your hero.
Yeah.
Like that's I got roll on that one.
All right, NBA Dreams joining up. Got it. So yeah, I'll walk you guys through Cloning Lab again, showing you guys exactly what to do, what you want to do, how to get through it a little quicker if possible, and all it really comes down to is coordination, time, and teamwork. And everybody understanding their role. So it's like right now we got a Thor, we got a Hulk, we got a Black Panther. We're good no matter what, and whoever NBA Dreams brings into the team is like, that's just a cherry on top. So Corey, you can take C. So you will go down to the bottom. Black Panther, you can go in and down below as well and take care of the buttons. I'll take care of A and B, and Supreme Dream, once he joins, he can he'll be up top with me. We activate both platforms, and then he can go down to the bottom, and you guys can time the buttons from there. Or depending on who he has, I can come down and do the buttons. But the only thing that you have to do at the same time is step on the buttons relatively around the same time. It's a little bit of leeway there as well. Like, it doesn't have to be like up to the second. Like, there's a little bit of leeway there. But like activating points A, B, and C, you can do that at in any sequence you want. You can do that at your leisure and everything. And even then, after you activate it, you don't have to run straight to the buttons. You can clear the enemies out, but they're gonna keep spawning. So it's like, for C, if you have somebody like the Hulk, do a thunderclap, wipe out that wave of enemies, and then the gamma that's left behind, that'll stagger them a bit to keep them from getting to the console. And while that's happening, you can make your way up to the buttons and go from there. All right, so we still waiting on NBA Dreams to load up, and then we can roll. It says assembling strike team. All right. What's good, Bulls for life? Chicago. Where is it? And hopefully this lets you pull into the mission. Start a new strike team. All right, I got you. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'll send out new invites. All right. Black Tiger. Corey, you can just hop back into the team. All right, there we go. So yeah, we got two Thors, a Black Panther, and once Corey hops in, we'll have a Hulk. I have to get my guys level up so much. I barely played it. Any tips on leveling up fast? Let me see. All right. You can check out Bob Duck and Weave. He has a couple videos highlighting how to get through stuff faster. I'll protect A and B after activation. Gotcha. So yeah, check out that link. It'll take you to Bob Duck and Weave's channel. He has a Corey, can you go to launch strike team or something? Because it doesn't show you on our side. No, it's not letting you. All right, try backing out and I'll try to send another invite. Corey, did you back out? Let me see. Not you, Siri. Chill out. I was to say, like, who was talking? I'm like, did I make a call? Like, what? Okay, bro, I got a Jack. Appreciate that, Vape. Thank you for hanging out, man. Only see me in black. Let me see if I can get you in. Did you back out of the mission? Because I can't re-invite you until you back out. I just noticed my vibe stopped. Alright, I'll try to invite you one more time. Alright, hopefully that does the trick. I can still queue the raid at 2 in the morning and get a team pretty instantly. Seems a little weird for a dead game. I mean, people, like I said, it's all about context. So it's like, yeah, people still play this game. Is it doing the numbers they want? No. So yes, a game like this should be able to have thousands of people active on stream at any time, but that's not the reality. So it's like, having 100 or more people on like Twitch playing or watching people play Avengers is good. It's a sign that there's some interest there, and even on like content drops, you'll see thousands of people invested in watching, but that's nowhere near the numbers that a game like this should be doing. So it's like they're saying dead in that sense, but they're also saying like, oh well, nobody plays this game, and it's like that's not true. So it's like it's semantics. Thanks for that Winter Soldier grenade tip for the OLT. I just used it and it worked perfectly. Yeah, that way it saves you a ton of time from having to like depending on people, who you sent the pic. All right, let me see. Yeah, it says assembling strike team. So you having the same issue that NBA Dreams had. All right, so I'll close out, try to start it again. Third time's the charm, I guess. I don't think this game will shut down, but I can tell Embracer wants to push this game. What do you mean by push this game? Like promote it? Let's do this again. I think I need a piece from. Yeah, I do need a precision piece. Hopefully I can get it. God darn it. What I see people saying Square Enix still has the license on, they don't. That's a misconception. That came from the Embracer Group quarterly report, where the guy was saying that Embracer doesn't announce things for the publisher or the game or the studio, and they were like, oh well, they're not publishing the game, so that means Square Enix is still doing it. It's like, no, they just Embracer is a parent company. They don't publish any games. They buy publishers as well as studios, but they themselves don't publish video games. Catch that another time. Alright, let me load into the mission and then I'll send you guys invites. Or you can join. However you want to do it. I think they want to push this game because here's the thing, Embracer Group, which is the company that brought SmackDown versus Raw. It's like, I think it's my advice would be don't make any assumptions when it comes to this game, like one way or the other. Just kind of take it for what it is and take news as it comes. So it's like, right now Miller is promoting bad news about the game, so it's like, hey, take that for what it is, and everything else is like wait until you get something official. So wait until they're ready to talk about what comes after 2.8, and wait until we get into 2023 before we commit one way or the other. So don't go into 2023 expecting Embracer Group to do anything, because I don't think that's really on the table right now. I think they've done all they intend to do, which is buy the studios. and wait for them to produce games that are profitable. So, you know, I think that's as far as Embracer's involvement with this game is going to go. Like, they didn't invest in Avengers specifically. They invested in Crystal Dynamics and Tomb Raider, as well as other properties. What is Miller going to do when the game goes down? I don't know. I have no idea. Alright, so we're just waiting on NBA Dreams again. Once he loads up, hopefully we can get rolling. If not, I don't know what else to do. Might have to switch gears completely. I just got back. What was the grenade tip? I missed it. So if you go into Bucky's skill tree. Alright, so I can't even use Bucky for this mission. So if you go into his skill tree and you go to his mastery tree for his range, you'll see munition specialist. If you select that, you'll be able to open up the cages using his grenades during the OLT. NBA Dreams, hopefully you still around, bro. If it got you stuck on the loading, on the launch mission screen, we might be in trouble. Yep, I think he's stuck on the launch mission screen. Alright, so vote yes. We're gonna back out of this mission. Let me try to see something. Everybody vote yes. There we go.
I did, yep.
And then, see, that didn't let him in either. So I'll try to run No Rest for the Wicked real quick. I selected a hero whose power level is too low. What do you mean? I'm confused. Oh, okay, so you guys are higher level. Okay. I was about to say, like, what's going on? Because I don't get it. So can I get a summary? Hello, is it the end? I got you. So a quick recap. Miller dropped an article yesterday detailing how he's heard from sources close to the game that the studio has plans to shutter Avengers going into in 2023. So next year they are planning to cease development. We don't know what those sources are, and as of right now, there's been no official statement of anything to suggest that from the studio themselves. And he also made mention of finding voice audio for Jane Foster interacting with Shuri, Ironheart, Captain Marvel, and She-Hulk. But that's just dialogue from the voice actress for Jane Foster, and that simply is... That's something that comes from them just kind of crossing off all their T's. So what these actors are in demand, so they get as much as out of they can with those sessions while they have them. So they'll have them read lines for a ton of stuff that may or may not even come to the game, just to have it covered, because you never know when you'll be able to get them back in the studio to record dialogue. So you have to do as much as you can in that session, whether it's for stuff that's locked in or stuff that we may potentially get or something like that. You have to do all of that while you can. So that stuff was, I mentioned that because a lot of people, their takeaway was, okay, well, these are the 4 heroes who are coming next. That's not what that means, and that's not the takeaway you guys should have. NBA Dreams, I'll try to send you another invite if I can. But if we can't get it rolling, I'll probably just wrap up there and just knock out this mission and go from there. Because I have been going since about 9 this morning, and I'm a bit hungry. I'm a bit peckish. So we'll see. I just sent you another invite, bro. If that works out for you, just let me know. Capte. Alright, I'll see if you can get in, bro. Yeah, let me run this with Bucky. Kind of saw that comment. So yeah, it's like, you know, there's plenty of time for things to change in between now and towards the end of 2023. So they have a new update coming, you know, early next year that they have already talked about with patch 2.8. So don't expect the game to die or shut down as soon as 2023 hits or get a shutdown, you know, message or anything like that. Just take it, you know, one update at a time, and that seems to be their standard that they're going by. So Capte, I sent you an invite, bro. Jump in at your leisure, and we can knock out this mission and try to do cloning lab. If not, I will wrap up, go eat something, and we'll try this again later. Do you think we will get Avengers Towers next year, or is it possibly not on the table? I don't think that's on the table right now. I think something like that would have to require a sizable amount of investment that may not be on the table right now. So something like that's not cheap, and the version of that you want, you wouldn't be able to get that as with the budget that they're working with right now and the resources that they have available right now. So if you want something like really scaled down and pretty janky, then hey, campaign for that. But if you want that the way you're envisioning it, you might want to give them some time to figure things out behind the scenes. Do you think there'll be another game like this in the future? Nope. For better or for worse, I feel like the constant negativity around this game is definitely sending a message to other studios and you know, just investors in general that, you know, when you're overly negative about stuff and you're just telling them you don't want this kind of game, that's going to be the takeaway. People don't want this kind of game. They're not going to get into the details and the criteria of what all you don't want specifically. They just hear we don't like this kind of game and we're not going to invest in that kind of game because nobody wants it. So it's like you're doing yourself a disservice by being overly negative about it, but you know, that's not something most people are willing to understand and entertain. So, you know, just kind of got to let them have it. Everybody ready up, and we can blow through this mission real quick.
Probably should have got Hawkeye, but that's
What do
okay.
you think Aim's hiding out there?
Something that needs a whole lot of energy.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll get through this pretty quick. I'll try to do cloning labs since we got a full strike team now.
What they did to me wasn't cheap.
Last time I ran cloning labs, bro, the team literally left me as soon as we got to that puzzle
Whatever
part.
Aim's up to, we'll stop.
I was so mad I didn't know what to do, bro. I mean, bro, you kept restarting the checkpoint every time we went down. And then you just leave in the middle of the match. Well, come on, dog.
How many times did you restart?
Like 8 or 9. And
Oh, yeah.
one time we actually got close to doing it, but somebody didn't want to get to the middle one.
I mean, you get to, you know, you get past like 5 or 6 attempts. You testing anybody patience with that. It's like, I get it. It's like sometimes you gotta just call it and accept it's just not gonna get done with that particular team. You gotta know when to fold them.
We had a Thor, a Spider-Man, a Hulk, and I was BP, dog. What you mean?
Yeah, but you gotta be able to execute. You gotta know your role. You gotta know what to do.
Forget about the fact that this was their first time doing the goddamn mission, but come on.
Was everybody communicating? Did y'all have some kind of communication going on?
We literally said that we had to obviously start up 3 areas. One person, Thor was up top, I was down at the bottom with Hulk and Spider-Man.
What do you think the future of Avengers will be? I think you're gonna get, you know, more small updates and maybe hopefully another hero or so.
soon as the other dudes roll up in there,
They would be smart to put Doctor Strange in.
I stepped on one button, one stepped on the other button, and then the third guy didn't step on his, and then we all died.
Doctor Strange, like I said, if you want him to, be similar to other heroes, then campaign for him. If you want him to be wholly unique, you might want to kind of change that that mindset.
Yeah, because the timing is very tight. I would say half the time you do have to restart when somebody dies, because depending on where they die at, like if you die on the actual platform, that cage stays there all the way until they actually like full die. So and there's no respawn, so you would just be missing out on the extra body that you might need. So yeah, you would have to restart most of the time.
I think we probably having some cross-platform issues.
That's stepped up.
I'm gonna hop out. Hopefully that works out for you guys. But I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up here. I'm gonna go ahead and grab something to eat. I'll be back later today, so I'm gonna hop off. I'll work on that cloning lab video breakdown for you guys. I already got the audio and everything recorded. I just gotta put it in video and upload it and everything. So I'll have that out for you guys. Probably by like 3, no later than 4, and then I'll probably do another stream later tonight, probably around like 6 or 7. So if you'll be free around 6 or 7 and you still need to get raids and stuff done, come hang out with me. I'll get you guys through that content as always. And again, appreciate you guys so much for hanging out with me. If you haven't already, drop a like. It definitely helps support the channel. I appreciate you beyond words for still rocking with me, still rocking with the game. Hopefully my breakdown earlier in the stream was helpful for you guys. Helped you figure things out and kind of understand what's coming, what's not coming. The 4 hero things, that's just not going to be a thing. Please don't take away from that 4 people are coming next year. I do not believe 4 people are coming next year. And the game isn't dead until you hear something official saying that we're no longer going to support the game. And even then, you'll still be able to play this game. You won't be getting new content for the game. But again, appreciate you guys as always. I will catch you in the next one. I'm about to eat, and I will see you later.